Testing, testing. Hopefully this works this time. I was just on here a minute ago and it said that people were saying my mic was not working. So hopefully y'all can hear me. And as soon as anybody gets up in here, please let me know if you can hear me. So yeah, we're going to go again on this global, worldwide connection I got going on, you know? So thankful to be reaching all over the globe. That is amazing. You know, because I do a lot of talking about this in person as well. You know, talk with all kinds of people about this. So, yeah, hopefully I can get somebody up in here. Man, I would love to have a super authentic connection with some folks and talk a whole lot about this Ascension event coming up. It has to do with the sun. And over 30 ancient prophecies spoke about this same event. You know, it's well recorded of what is coming. And to me, it is the most exciting thing. And as we enter 2026, we're entering a time when more and more and more people are going to really start waking up. And it's amazing. So, you know, I've been on this path for years now. And I finally got to a point where I learned enough about it to want to speak about it with people. So, you know, that's really a main focus of my channel here, is getting people ready for what is about to come. And hey, what's good? Can you hear me? Can you all hear me? Let me know if you can hear me up in here, yeah? I was having some technical difficulties. YouTube was literally... My YouTube was glitching out really bad, and nobody could hear me. Hey, thank you. Yeah, yo, I love this hat, bro. For sure. All right, good. I'm so thankful y'all can hear me. Man, I tried to make a live stream just a second ago, and it was not working. And I have full 5G connection right now. Like, there's no reason that it should not be working. You know what I mean? I'm using the service that I pay for. So, you know, I'm like, man, come on. I know it ain't on my end or nothing. So I'm going to send loves. Thank you. And I'm sending much love and much peace to y'all, man, on this global connection. Yo, thank you. Much love back. And yeah, so, you know, I'm really focused on this Ascension event that's coming. You know, it's been prophesized so many times, over 30 times. They all spoke about the same event coming, and it's coming soon. It's coming very soon, okay? And I've been on this path for years now, about like 7 years now, and so, you know, if you support the real, smash that like button for me, please. It'll help reach our other selves. And, you know, this is all about just having a nice global connection. And 2026 is the year that we are going to start to connect and wake up to what is coming on a whole new level. So that is really exciting. I am super excited for 2026. What exactly is this event? All right. Let me answer that. And wait, I think I'm the only one here. No, YouTube likes to shadow ban my content because of how serious of this event is. And it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Let me clarify right now that all the knowledge I have on this event, and a lot of it comes from very recent sources, it's not going to be catastrophic. So we're going to be fine. We're going to make it through. And this event deals with the sun. The sun is going to, it's going to like, it's really hard to explain. It's going to like pulsate. There's going to be these pulses coming out of the sun of this frequency that, because right now we're in the transformation between third density consciousness and fourth density consciousness. So when this event happens, it's like the return of Christ. Okay, because what the sun is going to do, it's supposed to happen every 26,000 years, almost 25,920 years roughly is when this event happens. And so it's previously, you know, it can have catastrophic results. It kind of really depends on our karma level. So this is a very deep subject, and very deep subject. There's so much to talk about with it. But yeah, no, this was prophesized by around 35 different ancient prophecies. And so, you know, it's very real stuff that I love to share. Oh yeah, no, it's deep, deep. Wow, wow, yeah, no, it's like terabytes of information. So I've personally been like studying into this for since, let's see, at least 2017. Okay, at least 2017. And really the first, you know, I didn't even start speaking about it until just a couple years ago on my YouTube. I was, however, speaking about it to people that I met out in the real world. You know what I'm saying? I'm a traveler. I like to go places. I've been all over the West Coast and, you know, just Northwest in general, and even, you know, Nevada and over to the East Coast. And, you know, I get around. So, yeah, I'm just, so one of the main sources is from Egypt. Yeah, wow, 35 different ones. So one of them's from Egypt. Do you all know Ra? Ra, the sun god, supposedly, you know, kind of how it was identified anyways. Well, how, sorry, I'm trying to see what y'all saying. All right. All right. Anyways, there's a lot of comments coming in, so I was just trying to keep everyone happy, make sure nobody had any questions, you know, as I'm going into this, because anyways, this is like the return of Christ, and it just happens to be through the sun, you know, because it's said that, you know, the energy of Christ is going to radiate from the sun once we hit fourth density. Like, it's already starting. This transition is already starting, and myself already feels the energy. I already feel this change that's coming, and it's coming soon. Like, we'll probably, I don't think it's even going to be 10 years. So, you know, there's sources out there, you know, saying, oh, it could be like up to 10 years from now. But, you know, it really has to do with how fast humanity wakes up to what's coming, because, you know, this is prophesized so many times that there's no reason that this should not be global news. There's really no reason other than they don't want us to wake up, because when this comes, we're no longer going to be controlled by this old world. Thank God. Thank God, literally, because we've been under, you know, third density is the lowest consciousness that human beings can have. That's really the bottom. That's why Earth is kind of considered a school, Okay, because there's many other civilizations out there, many, and we've had contact with them. Many people whom I listen to have had actual contact with higher density beings. They're not necessarily aliens, you know. There are good and bad ones, but there are way more good, different good beings out there than there are bad. So, and that's been known since at least the 1950s. Not known on a global level, but it's been known through a lot of the insiders of the time, you know. So, the what I can confirm, Israel talks to aliens, exactly, and that's what the thumbnail of my video is. You know, it's right in the Bible. You know, what are these chariots coming down from the sky? They're UFOs. Okay? And that's right in the Bible. And it talks about these chariots and different things, you know. It was worded different to not scare the people. So, you know, because a lot of people have been programmed into thinking that all aliens are bad. And that's not even the case, and they don't even like to be called that. So, you know, we're kind of the aliens. We're, you know, I mean, we all come from one infinite creator. That's the main thing. That's the main thing, is that there's one infinite creator that we come from. So, you know, that is the love and the light out there in the universe. So it's very deep stuff. That's very deep stuff. That's what most people consider God. You know, God's not a person, place, or thing. God is the love and the light out there in the universe, and it has to there's actually like geometry and all kinds of stuff behind it. This is all a very very deep subject. There's, like I said, well over a terabyte of information on this that I've studied for years now. So it's just like there's so much to even talk about. So once we hit fourth density, we're no longer going to be able to be lied to. That's one of the main things. That's one of the main upgrades that we get. And okay, so when Jesus Christ walked on this planet, he was a fourth density being. Okay, he was incarnated here on this planet as a fourth density being. So that is exactly why he was able to perform all these different miracles that he performed and all these different things, because he's not a third density being like we are. So a fourth density song, God is him answered. What does the infinite creator look like? No, so the infinite creator does not look like a person. The infinite creator is different. It's hard to picture a very advanced geometric figure made of light. That's what it is. So and it radiates the love that is in our nature. You know, we've been controlled by the devil, really, for many years. Like demons, just straight up demons. Okay, they're worshiping money and all these material things that are not of God. So, you know, we've really been tricked, okay, for many years now. And, you know, this disclosure information, the information that I've been on, you know, this is about full disclosure. Did you all see that movie that is called Disclosure that is coming out in 2026? Who has seen the previews for that? Out of curiosity. It's going to cover a lot of this information. And it's that's why, you know, 2026 is what I'm extremely excited for, because more and more people are going to start to wake up. And it's a very exciting time because, you know, we got to get over the hump of all the deception that has been placed upon us for so long now, you know? And so that's really what I've dedicated the last really decade of my life to, is talking about all different kinds of things, whether it's, you know, us coming together and forming unity. You know, I started talking about that at least 10 years ago. You know, I wasn't a content creator back then, you know, I just was in always different kinds of situations, and I've just kind of been a traveler. And so I've met all kinds of people. I actually met a messenger back in 2013 out in Seattle, and I actually saved his life one time, kind of type stuff like that was happening, because yeah, he was speaking on the real, and there's this religious like cult type of thing that was out there tried to attack him, and I was there and kind of saved the day. So you know, we'd already been like chopping it up, you know, talking for a while. And so yeah, you know, it was a very, very amazing time. And then I had my first experience with the sun in 2017, which is around the time, well, right after I had this sun like flash really bright for about, it was about a minute. I would say up to a minute, as I was driving with my low sunglasses on, super dark shades that I've never had a problem driving into the sun with before, until this event happened back in 2017. So, and I immediately got on my YouTube and started looking as to what it was that I could have what just happened. Let me tell you, that's when I discovered the YouTube channel WSO, which you can look up. There's no content on the channel anymore, but the channel itself and most of the subscribers are still there. So, and it talked a lot about the things that I talk about, because it ended up, a lot of the information it talked about has been talked about by other sources too. Like, you know, David Wilcock is my favorite. I love David Wilcock. He's amazing. So if aliens are real, I want to find one and use their spaceship. Well, yeah, so we first reverse engineered their crash landed UFOs back, that we probably even shot down, to be honest, back in the 1950s, at least. And there was even, they knew about them before then even. And, you know, we've known about them, like homie said a little while ago, for a very, very long time. That's what most of these different prophecies came from. So a lot of the prophecies out there actually came from individuals back in the day having contact with higher density beings. I don't like to call them aliens anymore, because I know so much about the topic that they're not aliens. They're higher density beings. They have a higher level of consciousness and overall civil advancement than us. They are way more advanced. And so right now we're in third density consciousness, right? That's what our brain has been designed for. But we are evolving into fourth density. That's what the solar event is about, and the return of Christ is about. It's the return of Christ within ourselves, because we are our own saviors. So, you know, it's very, very real stuff that, you know, we actually, once we do our own inner work, that really helps the process. And, you know, it's not going to be for everyone, unfortunately. Not everyone is going to, I don't know how to put this, not everyone's still going to, the people who aren't aligned with this aren't going to be on this planet anymore when this event happens, because the level of frequency from the sun is going to be too advanced for that low density of thinking anymore. So this planet's getting an upgrade, and that's what's been promised to us. So this is just the truth behind it. This is the truth behind the Great Awakening. So, you know, and a lot of the different prophecies like to speak about this as that. So I see. No, definitely no. I don't just post up in Walmart and talk to random people. That doesn't happen. Why did Jonah build an ark? Yeah, well, you know, for the flood, but you know, so that that was actually one of the last times that it was recorded this event happened. And it ended up being a catastrophic event because that's where it was at. Like I said, this kind of has to do with our overall mass consciousness at the time. So our overall mass consciousness has developed enough forgiveness to have this event be able to be a positive one and not a negative one. So, you know, it's a battle between AI and biological life. So that's really what's been going on. And when this event happens, it will basically destroy AI. The frequency from the sun that gets emitted during this event is too much for AI and things of that nature. So we really need this event to happen sooner than later. And like I said, there is a collective mass consciousness, you know, of this planet. So that's why I'm really motivated to keep talking about this type of stuff and to plant these seeds in other people. And, you know, I'm not trying to make anyone believe me or not. In my playlist section on my channel, though, is all the homework. So I've already done all the homework and put it in different playlists for everyone. So if anybody wants to check out what this stuff's really about, it's all in playlists already. So, you know what I mean? This is, like I said, a lot of information. So I've spent a lot of time building these different playlists for people to check out. And I'm excited for disclosure to happen, because then more and more people are going to find out the truth. And partial disclosure is what they're going to give us. They're not going to try to give us full disclosure. So it is what it is. And I need to start up my heater. All right, sorry about that. I just was getting way too cold. I had to start up. I don't really have a heater yet, but I had to light up my stove just to get some warmth up in here. You know, it gets a little cold, so. Hey, what's good? What's good? Hey, what's up? Is that from Canada? What's up? What's up? Are you still in here? Sorry about that. I just had to get some warmth going on in here. It's too cold. My hands was cold, so you know I had to take care of the place real quick. So yeah, if you're still up in here, let me know. Let me know. And yeah, I just had to take a little break and get my heat going. It's just too cold. Great White North, nice. Yeah, I'm actually a French Canadian. My last name is Cote. So yeah, even though I was born in America, my the father's side of my family, it dates back to some French Canadian stuff. So in this life, I'm from Billings, Montana. So yeah, just right below Canada, Billings, Montana. And right now I'm not really far from Canada either. I'm in Oregon. So, and previously I was in Washington, so I was right below Canada again. And I actually went up to the Canadian border a few different times. So, but yeah, the Cote were, like I said, French Canadian settlers, and then we ended up, a lot of us, coming down to America. So yeah, that's kind of what my nice. That's what's up. Yeah, I've went to I love this one part of Washington. It's called Port Angeles, Washington, and if you're in Port Angeles, Washington, you can actually see the Vancouver Island of BC. So yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I spent quite a bit of different time up there, and yeah, very very cool place up there. I love it. But yeah, I've been all over. I've traveled to the East Coast. I've been like Minnesota. Like I said, I'm from Montana, Billings, and the biggest city there in Montana. And yeah, I left there first. The first time I left there on my own, which I'd already been out of the state a whole bunch when I was younger. But I left on my own when I was 19, and that's when I went to Seattle and Everett, and ended up. Where did I go from there? Tacoma, and then Olympia, and then I went from Olympia to Portland. So yeah, I had to check back, 'cause, I'm 32 now, and yeah, this was when I was 19. But anyways, yeah, I've been all kinds of places, Kansas, Oklahoma, and then the whole trip to the East Coast. I ended up going to like the bottom of New York and like Delaware, Pennsylvania, all around that area, and we drove all the way from the West Coast to the East Coast. So yeah, it was a little crazy. It was a trip for sure. But yeah, so I really love to talk about the solar event that we have coming, and it's really related to the return of Jesus Christ, and so that's really what I talk about a whole bunch, because I've been studying this information for years now, since like 2017, and it's very amazing stuff, like well over a terabyte of information. But it originally comes from over 30, like around like 35 different ancient prophecies. So it's very very good stuff that these prophecies that were left to us, ancient. I'm talking about our ancient ancestors here on this planet, back in like the days of the Egyptians and all these different things. So because there's been multiple different civilizations on this planet throughout time. So back in the day, they had a lot more what we call extraterrestrial contact, and they're just higher density beings. And so they're actually they're our future selves out there, because we're all part of this like multi-universe. There's multiple densities of consciousness. We're at the third level, going to the fourth level, then there's fifth, sixth, and when you hit seventh density, you are reunited with our one infinite creator. So that's when you're at your highest level of consciousness. And so yeah, we got a long ways to go for that, but right now what we're focused on is going from third to fourth, and all the other is going to take a whole lot of time. This takes a lot of time and to even have the opportunity for this to happen takes us like 25,920 years, roughly. That's just a rough number that has been studied, and that is what the rough estimate of when this event happens. But you see, when this event happens, humanity has a choice. Do we want a technological or a biological advancement? Do we want to ascend in a technological way or a biological way? So when we choose the wrong way, things aren't good. Things aren't good, and our creator isn't happy with us. So, that's why I love making content about this, to help humanity choose the right path. And for the most part, we have, but there's still some concern out there, but this isn't going to be for everyone. Unfortunately, what I have received for what's going to happen is people that aren't aligned with this Christ consciousness energy that is going to be coming through the world's, the world's dimensional, not density, but I'm talking about consciousness. So consciousness has different density layers, and that's what this is about. So yeah, I know there is a difference between dimension and density, but this is talking about our consciousness level. And on our consciousness level, we're on a third density, and this is spoke about in the Law of One. So you can check out the Law of One prophecy that actually came to us in 1981 and was worked on from 1981 to like 1984, I believe. So check that out at thelawofone.info. Type that in on your browser, and it talks about how they built the pyramids. It talks about everything, like so much. This is a big prophecy. This is a book. So, man, it talks about so much stuff. They literally talk. One of the opening parts of the book talks about how they built the pyramids. Okay. Like, this is a contact from Ra. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of Ra. That's from ancient Egyptian times. Hey, John 3:16. All right. Put it on there. I don't, man, I have read a lot of the Bible, but it's not my main focus. I'm very spiritual. I fully believe in Christ, and the return of Christ is something different. It it's like the known as the Christ consciousness, and that's the time we're going into right now. So first things first, you believe? Yes, I just was saying that. Yes, I fully believe in Jesus, and this study has a lot to do with Jesus, and it's not religious though. It's not a cult thing. It's not a religion thing. It's none of that. This is ancient prophecies. That how did we come up with prophecies? Okay, to begin with, well, we came up with prophecies not just by sheer luck, because that coincidences and things of that nature don't really exist. Everything actually happens for a reason. But these different beings on this planet were then met with higher density beings that knew a whole lot more than we did, because they're from other places in the universe and they're much more advanced than we are. So, there's many different types of, what, if you want to call them extraterrestrials, that's not really the that's not even the correct name for them. You know, we're all part of the one infinite creator. So no matter what density of consciousness we're at, and like I said, we exist in all of these different densities of consciousness and different times of dimensions out there, all simultaneously. So that's like the theory of parallel worlds. Well, it's not really. It's like that, but on a much different level. And you know that there's beings out there right now that, you know, they exist in the future. You know, because they're in different parts of the universe. And so, you know, there's a lot of information about all this. It's well over a terabyte of information. Like, I don't even know how much to put it all together. All the things that I've studied is a lot. That's why I cannot wait to get a computer. As soon as I get a computer again, I'll be able to make much better content, because, you know, I'll be able to make slides and everything, and have a nice organized, you know, combination between just free talking and showing you guys some things that are actually from these different prophecies, and all, you know, all the different things that we're going to experience during this ascension. You know, that this new world that's being born right now. Right now we're in the transformation between the old world, where we were controlled by money and religion and cults like the Illuminati and things. You know, this world has been, we know, we've been under deception for far too long, because the elites were members, you know, that they were not actually from this planet. So they were actually crash landed from Mars long time ago. But there was enough of them that they were like, hey, we're way smarter than all these people. We come from a different density of consciousness. We're going to control the world. We're going to rule this world. And that's what they've done for far too long now. And this is all part of Disclosure. This movie coming out in 2026. It's coming up. That's what I'm excited for the new year. I'm excited for the new year. So many, and not just because of that movie at all. That movie's just that's not even, I'm just saying there is a movie that is related to a lot of this information that's coming out. And there's multiple of them, actually. So, you know, and actually a lot of cosmic disclosure has already been in certain movies. So, you know, movies are really used to show different things that really actually go on out there in the universe. You know, we're far from alone, far from alone. Let me tell you. And there's over 1 million beings on this planet right now whose soul isn't from this planet. You know, we're known as starseeds, and it's very amazing stuff, because, you know, reincarnation is real, right? Our soul doesn't die. Our soul doesn't die. This body isn't us. This body is just a vessel. It's just a vehicle. Okay, it transports our soul. So that's what's real about reincarnation is, you know, when we die, our spirit gets sent back out into the universe, and then based on our karma, and a lot of times our soul actually sticks around wherever we died for a while, and then eventually goes through this transformation. And it's a big process that actually happens when we die. And based on our karma, if we have really good karma, then we'll be able to be reincarnated rather quickly. And, if you have really bad karma, if you did a lot of bad things, then you're going to have to go through a more judgment process that's actually self-reflection type of judgment. So, yeah, I know so much information about all this. It's hard to even, I dabble around here and there because, it's a lot. So, I love to just talk about it and get more people aware of it, because it's literally the most covered up thing out there right now. It's the most shadow banned. It's the most, that the powers that exist out there do not want this information coming out. Like they've been working on, they even hire trolls to literally come and mess with your live stream comments, as far as saying all kinds of crazy things. And it doesn't just happen to me. It happens to all these people who are on the same path as me, though. And so, it is what it is, but we keep at it. We keep at it because, we're not going to let these demons slay us. We are God's warriors. We are Jesus. Jesus is within ourselves. I'm fighting for the good. I'm not letting these demons control us any longer. Everyone can go ahead and keep sitting back, but I'm trying to create unity. I'm trying to get enough people aware of this to want to come together and be like, all right, we need disclosure to happen now and not whenever you just feel like it. And part of it's already came out, but, they're trickling out little bits at a time. And so I'm really hoping that, and it's not just about disclosure, though. That's the thing, is I want to come together for Christ. I want to get people ready for this ascension, because this ascension is coming soon. This event is coming soon. So the more and more people that are ready for it, the faster we can manifest this event to happen, because the power of manifestation is real. Most people don't even understand what each and every one of us are capable of. And that's really what this is about. When we enter fourth density, we're not going to be the same person that we've been. We're advancing. So, I've been on this path for years now. I'm not even the same person I was. I still have, the same traits, kind of, but I've done a lot of growth, and I'm not saying I'm perfect or anything, and that's not the point of this at all. It's about growth, though. For me, I struggled with finding a connection with God and with Jesus, when I was younger, and I struggled with that. And even though my family was Christian and everything, and it wasn't that I didn't believe, it was just that I just couldn't really figure out the connection. And then starting back at least 2007, somewhere around the time of 2015, around 2015, I started to regain this connection again. And then by 2017, it was on another level. And then it's continuously got a little bit better, but it's been a bumpy ride. It's been a really bumpy ride. But, some days are really good and some days aren't, and that's just part of this spiritual war we're going through right now. That's a very real topic, the spiritual war. And, there's been whole rap albums and stuff that talk about this. So, this is actually more widely known type of stuff than people want to even think about. But yeah, it's because even back in the day of when I was in high school, who all remembers B.O.B.? Man, does anybody ever remember like the songs that B.O.B. and Lil Wayne did together? That E.T. and different Lil Wayne songs was talking about being not being from this world, this planet, and all kinds of other things. You know what I mean? Who remembers that type of what doesn't make any sense? How could you believe Jesus rose from the dead? What? Well, actually, because reincarnation is real, but he didn't have to go anywhere. He was on a like I said, he was a fourth density being. He wasn't even a third density being. So, and now, in the time we're in now, more and more children are being born with a lot of these fourth density traits that we're going to develop already. They're being born with them already because their soul is ready for this. So that's why a lot of kids ask an insane amount of questions. Like they're like, yo, like and myself, like when I was a kid, I asked, and I was always very, very interested in the universe and what God really was. And then that developed into also wanting to know what it is about the return of Christ that's coming. And that's when I ended up finding out this information on Ascension, and the fact that it's a prophesized event by over 30, like it was around like 35 different ancient prophecies, all spoke about, they all had one thing in common. Okay, all these different prophecies spoke about all these different things. These are all ancient. This all comes from the past, of different contact that we had in the past. So, humanity at one point in time had a lot more contact with higher density beings, or what some consider ETs, aliens, whatever you want to call them, but they're actually higher density beings that aren't, of course, aren't from this planet. They're from other places out there in the universe, because the universe is it's infinite. So how could we possibly even be the only ones here in an infinite universe? So yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense that there's all these other planets out there, but yet we're the only ones. And okay, here's the thing. So all the other civilizations out there know about this event that I'm speaking of. They know about it. And the fact that it happens roughly every 26,000 years on this planet. Well, suns on different planets might be different, but Ascension is actually a collective thing. The other beings out there, higher density beings out there in the universe, cannot upgrade to the next level, if you want to call it that, or ascend is actually the more proper word. They cannot ascend to the next level of density until we all have to do it collectively. So when we upgrade to fourth density beings get to ascend to fifth density, and fifth density gets to ascend to sixth density, and sixth density gets to finally be reunited with the one infinite creator, and will now be seventh density consciousness. It's all about levels of consciousness. And when we hit this fourth density consciousness, we're going to be able to connect on a much, much different level We don't have to use words like we use now. There's telekinesis is one of the things that, we will develop and is already like being developed because, we've been building little trickles of what's about to happen, but it's eventually going to this event with the sun is going to happen, and eventually everyone's going to just be awake, completely awake on a whole nother density of consciousness. We're no longer going to be controlled by the same evil forces that have ruled this planet for far, far, far too long. That this war is coming to an end. This war has been going on for a very, very long time, and it's not just a war. I'm not speaking of on this planet. I'm speaking of a cosmic war. That's what Star Wars was actually about. The movie Star Wars was actually somewhat realistic. And a lot of movies like it have been trying to wake humanity up to what's actually going on out there and what actually exists out there. Because with all these different levels of consciousness, anything's possible. If you can think it definitely exists. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the thought. So thoughts aren't thoughts carry meaning. Fourth density beings. What are you on about, beings? This is new to me. Can you please explain? Oh, density beings. Yeah. That's what they like to consider aliens. So on this planet here, this planet is at a third density consciousness, right? That's the highest consciousness that can exist on this planet as far as civilization. Okay, I'm not saying that there aren't beings here that have a higher level of consciousness than third density, because that is actually possible. And there are beings here that come from a different level of consciousness, which is density. The law of one explains the 7 different layers of consciousness as densities. So that's what the law of one speaks about, and that is from a contact known as Ra. If you know of the Egyptian, contact, which they looked up to Ra as being the sun god. And just so coincidentally that Ra gives off all this information about the solar event that's coming. So why else would Ra be here then to give this prophecy? And then again in 1981, because the law of, you can look up on your computer right now, or phone, tablet, whatever you got, you can go to, just type in just this, spell it out, law-of-one.info. That brings you right to the law of one, which really speaks about everything that I know about. So, and I'm not the only one. You know what I mean? There's this information is also shared by David Wilcock, and a lot of this information is shared by Corey Good, and also many, many, many other people out there are all on the same mission. We might go about it different ways. We might reach different people. It's all part of the plan. Like I said, there's over 1 million different star seeds on this planet right now. Well over 1 million now. And we chose to come here. We chose to leave our higher density worlds out there and be reincarnated into this planet to help raise the frequency of our people, to help spread the truth about all these different things. It all helps raise the vibration of the planet and helps us get ready. This is really all about love. This is really all about love and forgiveness, love of yourself and everyone, and forgiveness of yourself and everyone. And once you learn to forgive yourself and everyone, that releases karma. That actually stops the wheel of karma. So your life is on this wheel of karma until you figure out, you have ups and downs, until you really figure out to forgive. And so as a collective, the mass consciousness of this planet, we have collectively achieved a high enough level of forgiveness amongst ourselves to have a positive fourth density ascension with this solar event that's been prophesized by over 30 different ancient prophecies. So, this is all very, very real stuff. And there's a whole Christ consciousness message behind it, which I already have on my YouTube channel. I've already made a couple videos on that, actually. And you can check it all out in a playlist, too. I have multiple different playlists on my channel, like a lot of them, actually. And, there's Ascension playlist that has like hundreds of videos in it. There's videos on Tupac. There's hundreds of videos there. There's videos and the truth behind Tupac. And, it's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. And there's not very many people on this planet that know the truth behind that. But those of us that know, and there ain't nothing you can do to erase that. Just like when you know the truth behind Jesus and the truth behind God. And just that we all come from one infinite creator. And all these other things, you can't unsee that. That now becomes, if your consciousness is ready, it becomes your mission. And my consciousness was ready, so this became my mission, because I finally woke up to the purpose of why I'm here on this planet. And so I've been on this path now since at least 2017. But I only started making content about it in the last couple of years. Because I don't know if that was a gunshot or if that was a firework, but either way, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. So anyways, yeah, I'm not worried about that. So sorry, I needed to wet my throat a little bit, been talking and talking. And let me see what y'all saying real quick. So my main source is David Wilcock at the Divine Cosmos. You can find that. And all this is in my playlist section. So have y'all ever watched the Out of This World interview with Jenny McCarthy, David Wilcock, and Corey Good? That's some really, really good stuff. Check out that Out of This World interview. It has over 1 million views, too. So, yeah, check it out. It's in my playlist section. Like, you don't have to go looking for none of anything that I speak about. Everything I speak about is in my playlist section. Seriously. Like, everything. I've spent a lot of time on this channel just putting things together. And, I only had a computer for a short amount of time, and then now I don't have a computer, and it's been that way now for ever since I really started taking my content more serious. So I've been doing this with just a phone. That's all I have right now. I usually have at least 2 phones. I'm usually one of those people that has 2 phones, and It's broken. I still got it, but it's broken. The screen broke. So right now I'm just doing what I can with what I got right now, and praying for blessings. So I'm gonna read what y'all. Okay. So your benefit greatly. You'd benefit greatly from looking to our Lord and Savior. Yeah, that's what this is about. Are you? I'm gonna stop there and ask: are you a conscious being? Do you have control of your consciousness? Because if you don't have control of your consciousness, everything I'm saying is just gonna go in one ear and right out the other. So you probably didn't even read the description of my video, did you? You know, there's a thing called a description, and yeah, it has what you're talking about. So I don't want to, the forgiveness and da 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 da. No, real forgiveness is within. Well, that's what we're here for. We have to judge ourselves ultimately. So that can start by looking in the mirror. You can start judging yourself by looking in the mirror, and I do it all the time. So no judgment. We're all here to learn. We're all here to grow. We're not here to be. Everybody has the capability of picking up a Bible, but that's not what this is about. This is about Jesus Christ. This is about our one infinite creator, known as God by a lot of people. That's exactly what this is about. The higher density beings know way more about this topic than any Bible thumper could ever figure out. So, what I'm saying? I'm not hating. I'm just saying religion had an intention behind it to create a whole lot of diversity amongst our people. Religion was not designed to bring unity at all. Religion was one of the original founding ways of how to divide the people. So I think religion is, man, I don't like religion, man. Religion is no good, bro. That was one of the founding ways that they divided our people. Because these people believe this way, and these people believe this way, and these people believe this way. So we're going to hate on all these other, man. I swear to God, bro. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but God knows that religion is a bunch of nonsense, okay? Religion isn't going to teach you these things. Religion just wants your money. It's a business. It's a tax-free business. Don't get it twisted. So this is on some other stuff. This is on spiritual growth. We got to have spiritual growth during these times that we're in. That'll lead to a much more clarity. Everything will become a whole lot more clear once people start to really learn what's actually going on out there, and this is all part of disclosure. People are going to realize that, there are higher density beings out there that are considered aliens and this and that. And they've been spoke about in the Bible. So, I'm not totally knocking it. I'm just saying that the Bible worded things in a way that kept people asleep. The wording of the Bible was like it. There was even a speculation that, what was it? One of the newer testaments or whatever, one of the versions of it, who knows how many times it's been reprinted, but one of them was written by William Shakespeare. So There's that too. It's a play. It's a play, just like the game of this life, this whole money system. It's all a game. It's all just a game. And once we realize that, it's game over. It's game over finally for the first time ever. For the first time ever on this planet, it's game over. So that's what motivates me. In 2026, people are going to be more acceptable to this. People are going to finally be waking up on a more collective level, and it's already trickling. There's already many people learning about all this. I mean, David Wilcock alone has over 500,000 subscribers and speaks about this stuff every week. Every week that he can. Some weeks he can't, but for the most part, he speaks every week. He's cut his videos down to 3.5 hours. They used to be like 5.5 hours. So I used to watch all of his content. I've watched all of his content that's some of it 5.5 hours long. And that's just one video. This is terabytes of information. So division. So many Christians disagree with their, what is that word? Denominations. Okay. Sorry, my religion is a play, a presentation. Yeah, exactly. But people don't even know the real Jesus. Do people even realize Jesus was a fourth density being? Okay, how else? Okay, let's talk about Jesus. I love to talk about Jesus, honestly. Okay, so how else could Jesus perform all these different miracles unless he was a higher density being? How could he do stuff much different than we could unless Jesus was a higher density being? Okay? You people think you knew Jesus, bro. You don't understand Jesus. And I'm here to teach. Jesus was a fourth density being. He wasn't a third density being. That's why he was able to do the things that he did. And he was an advanced fourth density being. You know, just because you're a third density or a fourth density doesn't mean, you know, that there's layers of that density. So you can rise up to like the top of fourth density right before fifth density, and that's basically where he was at. So Jesus was a high density being, yes. And Jesus is now the Son. So Jesus is now the Son, and that's why the solar event is such a big deal. There's only one reason that all these different prophecies spoke about this solar event. All these different civilizations after Christ. After Christ was on this planet, okay, is when we started getting contact. And this contact was saying, hey, Jesus is up there. Jesus is the light. Jesus reincarnated as the light. We killed him. Okay, that happened. He reincarnated as the light. And that light is about to give off this energy that's going to wake everyone up to that fourth density consciousness that he was on. So tell me I don't know what about Jesus, because honestly, I've studied this for a very long time, and this comes from very intelligent sources. So I take this serious. I do. It's my life. It's my life. I live for Jesus. And Jesus is within all of us. We can all tap into this Christ consciousness. We don't have to wait for fourth density. So, and to me, that's the most important thing. This is something money can't buy. Because money is not true wealth. True wealth is knowledge. True wealth is wisdom. So that's what's real. And you know, where did all this knowledge and wisdom come from? Well, a lot of it came from contact with higher density beings. Is it starting to make a little bit more sense now? How we came out with over 35 different ancient prophecies, right? You've heard of prophecies before, right? Well, most of those were created by contact with higher density beings. And that's over 35 different prophecies all spoke about the solar event coming. So that's what motivates me to keep making these videos for y'all. Because the truth will prevail, and the truth is what I'm on. I am the love. I am the light. I am the truth. I am. Amen. I'm going to read what y'all saying. So personally, I believe if we were as conscious as Jesus, our physical bodies would seize, well, we will develop more of a light body. And as our consciousness expands to the next level, but that's a long time from now. So certain people, like I said, there are, you know, you don't just hit the next you don't just hit the next density of consciousness. It's like a dial that you turn, and then you hit the next level. You know what I'm saying? And then the dial starts over, and then you hit the next level. So that's what's real about density level of consciousness. And this is all in the law of one. Yeah, like everything I speak about, how they built the pyramids is in the law of one. That's like in the beginning of the law of one, which is contact with Ra, which, like I said previously, is what the Egyptians viewed as, it was a alien, but not. You feel me? Ra was viewed as the sun god. That's what they believed when they had this contact. So yeah, Ra is a very, very, very good source of information. Very good source. And like I said, y'all can type it in for yourself and check it out for yourself at lawofone.info. Just type all that out, lawofone.info. Bam, it brings you right to the Law of One, which is, you'll see for yourself, is not a little book. So I pray everyone checks that out for yourself, because, I'm not here to convince nobody. You feel me? I'm just presenting what I know, and the homework is already done for you. Yeah, there's the Law of One, which I just told you about, but everything else is all in the playlist section of my channel here. There's so many different playlists that I've put together of different kinds of things. So, different things about 9/11 and all kinds of stuff. So check me out, yo. But myself, I gotta go to the bathroom right now. So, I've been I drank some water, and then I drank some soda. So I drank water and soda, and it wants to come out. So I gotta go for right now, y'all. And I'll be back up on here. Much love to y'all. And let peace and love find you wherever you're at in your life. Let that peace and love find you, and the light. Let that light find you too, because that's what this is. We're all made out of love and light. So, a lot of people have forgot that and have been, manipulated into letting that go. But the way we were put into this world was with love and light. So, what's up? Leave my okay. Yeah. To go to the bathroom. These people still want to act like they don't know who Jesus is, and that's when I release you from this, being able to. I mean, no disrespect. I'm just sorry. I haven't even been able to catch up with all your things. Yeah, Ra the sun god, a fallen angelic being. Exactly. And yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and remove that too, because like, the thing about it is I know who I am, so I don't submit to who you think I am, because I already know who I am. So you can't fool me. You know what I'm saying? I've I know God. I know Jesus much better than the average religious folk will ever understand until this event actually happens, and then they'll learn the truth. But until then, most people, they're blind to this. They're deaf to this. They can't see it or hear it. They're completely good. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. It's not going to stop the truth from prevailing. I'm going to take a piss. And I'm sorry, I'm going to keep it 100% real with y'all, but when in this video did I ever claim to be a prophet myself? Not once. Not once. I have never claimed in any of my content to be a prophet. I have just studied into prophecies, many different prophecies, but I am not claiming to be a prophet. So that person in here that said I'm a false prophet doesn't even know what they're talking about, bro. I never once said I was a prophet to begin with. So I just keep it real. I'm very authentic. I'm very real. And I love everyone, regardless of where their consciousness is at and whether they get to see this or not. Because the truth is, only those who are ready to see it can accept it. So if you're not ready for this, you're not going to be able to accept it. And that's okay. That's okay. I'm not trying to force. This isn't a religion. This isn't prophecies are not religion. So this isn't trying to dictate anything. So by calling me a false prophet really just kind of shows your ignorance. And I'm going to say that in a humble and respectful way. So Yeah, I just keep it real with y'all. 100% real with y'all. Just like I'm gonna light up my stogie because I need one right now. You know what I'm saying? I've been going an hour and 20 minutes now. And you know, that's a lot of talking and a lot of interacting with y'all. And Christ is Lord for sure. Well, and it's more than just my truth. There's many. This isn't necessarily just my truth. This is prophesized information. This is information that higher density beings want us to know. And I didn't say I was, like I said, I didn't say I was a prophet, but I did say I am a starseed. And there's a difference. There's a difference. I'm not of this world. Okay, my soul isn't of this world. And I've worked on past regression healing, and I was killed in my past life. I was killed because, you know, just like they killed Jesus. Just like they killed Jesus. So, you know, many people who have spoke the truth and have found the truth, and, you know, a lot of these different scientists and inventors and people throughout time who have made all these different type of devices and all kinds of good technology, you know, they ended up being killed. They ended up being killed. Why? Because of the cabal, because of the people who are running this planet. A lot of stuff that has been discovered throughout time has been covered up because, you know, they literally will kill people over this stuff. But, you know, it's become too public now. They don't have that authority anymore. So we get to live and we get to wake people up, and yeah, we will be under all different kinds of attacks for this, but that is okay. That is okay. That is the path of Christ. It did not come easy. Christ wasn't here just having an easygoing time. You know. He tried his best, though. That's all we can do is just try our best. And, you know, that's the thing that people don't understand about Jesus Christ is we did not accept him. So how can so many people think that, you know, they're really for, like, so many people don't even believe in Christ, but yet, like, we killed him. So, you know what I mean? Think about that for a minute. Like, we're the same. A lot of the souls are reincarnated. Okay, we don't die. We reincarnate. So we've had many past lives. And that's not just for people not of this world. That's for people of this world too. So, you know, reincarnation is real. So it's a very exciting time to be alive because, you know, a lot of this information is finally just, it's here. And, you know, they studied reincarnation also in Egypt. Egypt was very advanced, okay? Egypt was very advanced. And, yeah, Ra speaks about how they built the pyramids. And, you know, they didn't actually build the pyramids with spaceships or, you know, any of that type of thing. They moved these stones into place with their mind. Okay, these higher density beings came down here and built the pyramids. And just like it says in the Bible even, that, you know, they could move mountains. It's actually spoke about in the Law of One, which the Law of One is context between Ra and a doctor. and it's direct contact. And well, it's contact using a instrument, actually. And so it's basically channeled contact from Ra, and it's in the, like I said, this prophecy took place between 1981 and 1984. So yeah, very good stuff. But he speaks about how they built the pyramids, and you can go check it out for yourself. You know what I'm saying too, because there's a lot of information there about how exactly they did that. But you know, Ra was asked by this doctor, you know, well, is it true then that they could move mountains? He said, if the circumstances were correct, yes. So, you know, these higher density beings have much more abilities. And, you know, we're only thinking about moving into fourth density. Think about fifth density and sixth density, and most importantly, seventh density. Because seventh density, like I said, is when we're said to actually be reunited with our one infinite creator. So, you know, for the people that were saying that I don't know anything about God, that is God. God is our one infinite creator. There is no other. There is no other. God is out there in the universe, and that's what made all of this possible. So, you know, I definitely love this information. I love when you say Ra. Yeah, it's Ra. You know, Ra Tirer, I think is what they pronounce his name as. They laughed at him, saying his genius drove him mad. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Nikola Tesla claimed to speak to extra-dimensional beings. Well, yeah, and that's how they were viewed until the Law of One came about, and that's when things were clarified that, you know, yeah, they still do, like you say, come from different dimensions, but they're on a different level of consciousness, which is known as density. So that's what's really cool. I love the Law of One. It goes into detail about all this stuff. All this stuff. It's really amazing. Everything is an illusion. Are you are from what? Well, I'm from a different density. I don't really know 100%. That's, you know, that's not something that I'll probably get to know until I'm reunited with my cosmic family. So once that day happens, then I will discover more truths about myself. So that'll be cool. That'll be cool. But yeah, I'm definitely not alone. You know what I'm saying? There's over 1 million of me here. So, you know, and throughout time, there's been many as well. They were just trickled in. And then, since the time of this great awakening is coming, that's why there's so many more on this planet now, because we're helping raise the frequency, raise the consciousness level of humanity. You know what I'm saying? And even if that is one person at a time, that's all part of the mission. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thankful for anyone who even sticks around and wants to learn any of this stuff, because for me, this information changed my life. Like, I no longer live for the same purpose that I had when I was just a slave to the system, renting a place, all that type of stuff. I'm out here living the freest life that I can, so that I can be doing this and not, you know, I don't come from money. I don't even have a computer right now, but I'm still following, you know, that this is all just coming from the infinite creator. This is all coming from Jesus. You know what I mean? This is what I was put here to do, and many others as well. So You know, we're all just those of us that know about the solar event. That's what sets everything off, because that is basically the return of Christ via the sun. So yeah, that's basically what that was one of the main things that Ra spoke about in his previous contact, and then his other contact in 1981 was about all different kinds of things. Like I said, that's a book. That's like a big book. So you know what I mean? It's amazing. It's amazing. I love this. And let me no, this I'm gonna. Sorry, I have to do my own moderating here, and I don't want any type of demonic influence on here at all, because that's the complete opposite of what this is about. This is about Jesus. This is about our one infinite creator God. Don't think reincarnation is involve. What does that say? I can hardly even read that. Involvatory or heaven. Well, no, I mean, reincarnation has been studied by Egyptians for a long time now, and they actually did a study. Okay, so the Egyptians did a study on reincarnation, and they were testing these kids, and so it was like I don't know, something about like 60% of them or something like that ended up remembering parts of their past life, and some of which even remembered, for this one instance, where something was even buried that only that person knew about, and then they were reincarnated and went right to this buried object. So this is a very, very, very real stuff. And David Wilcock has done his own research as to find out that he is Edgar Casey. And if you actually compare the two photos, they're very similar. And like I said, this vessel isn't the real us. Our soul is the real us. This vessel is just replaceable. You feel me? Once we die, this vessel decays, but our spirit is already long gone. Our spirit doesn't just stay with our body. So that's the real truth behind all this is, and like I said, reincarnation. So if you have a bad enough karma, if you did enough bad things and whatnot, one of your punishments might be being reincarnated as a dog, like my dog right here who's sleeping. She's sleeping. It's not even that late and she's sleeping, but that's what she does. But yeah, you know, that's a second density being right there. And we're at a third and we're approaching fourth. So that's why this time is so exciting, because you know, this is the only planet out there in the universe that is still controlled by a money system. So, you know, it's said that the money is the root of all evil. So, yeah, this planet. So when people talk about demonic and this and that, no, like, yeah, that's part of the planet. Okay, that's been this planet. It's not been ruled by good people. Okay, then that should be obvious when we killed Jesus. We obviously weren't on the right path, were we? Right? So what's really changed since then? Since the days of Jesus Christ, I mean, what's really changed? You know, that the masses out there would still persecute again. So You know what I'm saying? But we're thankful for all the people who are waking up. So, I'm always thankful for that. Always. Always. It's very, for every person that I can even help. Like I said, check out my playlist section and you'll be there's enough in my playlist section that you wouldn't have to look really anywhere else for all this information, because I've done all the homework. It's all there. This is years of content that I've been viewing. Years of content. And with Danica Patrick, who has checked out that interview with Danica Patrick? And let's see, I know Danica Patrick did one with David Wilcock. I think that she did one with David Wilcock and Corey Good. And then, like I said, Jenny McCarthy, and another podcaster, also did interviews with David Wilcock and Corey Good. So, and the thing about David Wilcock and Corey Good is that they are like top level insiders, and they have met with all different kinds of other top level insiders. So David Wilcock knows anyone's name of importance that actually knows things. And Corey Good was involved with the secret military space program. So our own military has been doing things that most people don't even know about at all. In fact, most people don't know most of the things the military does. But anyways, there was a special branch of the military that is on a cosmic level. And they literally had stations out in space, and were even doing stuff on different planets. So, and some of the, so humans here from this planet, some of which who have been kidnapped have been forced into slavery, building out these different like stations and all different kinds of stuff out there in the universe that they don't want us to know about. All these different off-planet locations, like on Mars even, and all over the place. But so yeah, there's been a lot of people who have been used and brainwashed and told that they were rescued, and that Earth was about to be destroyed, and that they were rescued. That's what the lie was. Okay, so people don't even know our own military. So, they've done all kinds of stuff that, and so of the presidents, it was back in like 1950. Don't quote me on this. It was about 1954, somewhere abouts, when the president made deals with the Greys, which are not a positive group of these higher density beings. The Greys are a negative, and luckily there's way more positive beings out there than there are negative. So that's well known. That's well known. Their good outweighs evil. So that's on the real. But anyways, so these people on some of these off-planet locations were told Earth was destroyed, and Corey Good actually went out there to one of these off-planet locations, and he was not supposed to talk about at all where he was from. He wasn't even supposed to talk about it. And he was talking with some people out there, and One of them ended up asking, where he was from. And while just being in conversation, it just slipped out, and he was like, Texas. And that was the end of that mission for him. He had to leave. He had to get out of there because that just caused some ruckus up there. So, yeah, no, this military secret space program and all that. Like I said, I mean, we reverse engineered crash landed UFOs over 70 years ago. For over 70 years now, the government has been covering up the truth behind extraterrestrials. If that's what they want people to think of them as, but they're actually just higher density beings, as I keep saying. They have a higher level of consciousness than us. Their technology is way more advanced. Their civilization is way more advanced because their civilizations aren't controlled by money. That very greedy thing that I don't. I've stopped working for. I mean, this is what I do now, and right now, I'm not quite at enough subscribers yet. Well, I'm getting there. I have over 600. I'm at like 661 or something like that. So but besides all that, I'm not even focused on money, and I don't even, it's the root of all evil to begin with, and that's why I'm not even working. If I really wanted to go get money, I would go get a job, but right now I don't. That's not my focus because that old system is just used to control us. And once you're aware of this, the last thing you want to do is keep contributing to a system that just makes other people rich and just keeps us. I mean, with the cost of living nowadays, I'm not really missing out on anything by living this life at all. So, and actually, I'm gaining much more than I'm losing. So, you know what I mean? I encourage other people to find your purpose too, because regardless of who you are, you're not made to be a slave. Now, if you really enjoy what you're doing, that's something else. That's okay, cool. You know what I mean? But if you're doing something that you don't even want to do, you don't even have any interest at all, you're just doing it for money, then to me, I wouldn't do it. And I started working at 13 years old, okay? I'm not a bum at all. At all. I bought my first car when I was 14 years old. I took driver's ed at 14, like 14 and a half, and got my driver's license at like 15 and a half. So, yeah, I got my driver's license before I was even 16 years old out in Billings, Montana. So, I come from working hard. It ain't about that. I've built irrigation pivots. I've done semi-tires. I've done tires. I've done auto, mechanics. I've done roofing. I've done all kinds of different work. So, for me, it ain't about all that. Speak truth to power. Thanks for your... The only hand inside me is Jesus. But yeah, Jesus is within all of us. 100%. Yeah, no, I don't just constantly read the chat because then I wouldn't be able to talk. So, yeah, no, I take a break of reading and then I'll go back and read like I'm about to right now. Because otherwise it's just, I'm just constantly interacting, which is cool. I've done that in the past, but, sometimes I like to just talk for a little while and then take a break and see what y'all are talking about. Christians worship the Son of God. Chat, watch out for confusion. So you understand Jesus is a specific way. Merry Christmas. Yeah, Merry Christmas to y'all. For sure. Karma is Indian. What? What? Karma. Yo, karma is the good or bad we do. you don't. You still. Yes, I know of other planets with life. And yes, Jesus is the way. But unfortunately, not through religion, through spirituality. Karma is not a demonic legal system. Karma is a universal law. As a universal law of karma. And yes, David Wilcock. Yep. Jesus preached the kingdom of heaven. Reincarnation is more. No. No, it's not just Hindus. The Egyptians studied it too, and many other people have studied reincarnation. And yeah, no, reincarnation is very real. Aliens, Jesus, you seem all over the place. Well, yeah, because higher density beings who have actually been in the seventh density of consciousness have already been reunited with the one infinite creator. So a lot of this information comes from beings who have already been reunited with God. So, that's why I'm not concerned about always just reading, everything just all the time, just because I know the truth. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to help share it with y'all. And like I said, I have everything up in the playlist section too. For oh man, girl, this is an interesting conversation. Yeah, for sure. Dang, yo, you guys have been going at it. You guys have been going at it. I've been busy, and I'm just now seeing all these comments. Dang, this is literally the most comments I've ever had during a live stream. Like I've had a lot of comments before, like in the hundreds, but this seems like way more than that. Wow, crazy. So many, and yeah, no problem, y'all. And yeah, I really hope everyone checks out that Law of One. The Law of One is amazing. And yeah, I was just seeing what y'all was up to, but that's cool, y'all talking to each other and stuff too. That's awesome. That's awesome, because that's what this is about. This is about unity. There's too much division that is related to religion. So say that again. There's too much division related to religion, and that's facts. So that's why I don't bring a religious side of this. Now the Law of One source is actually very Christian, meaning believing in Christ. But outside of that, it's really got nothing to do with religion. So it was just the fact that Ra was always talking about Jesus Christ. So, and also David Wilcock has contact with Archangel Michael. And David Wilcock has already started to write many books on his contact with Archangel Michael. So that's where a lot of this information comes from too. So I gotta let my stogie back up. That's, I quit doing hard drugs like 7 years ago. I quit drinking like 7 years ago. I smoke way less weed now. Way less. Like, literally, I smoke like half a gram of weed a day. Okay? And in Oregon, that's like not very much money at all. That's like, I literally smoke like a couple dollars of weed a day. So, you know what I mean? I'm on this path of growth. And this is the one thing, though, that I'm having a hard time with. And it's probably, because I'm from Billings. That's what we did a lot, we're some smokers out there, we're some drinkers out there, we're some gamblers out there, everything, you know. But yeah, I left that place, and you know, I'm living more with nature now. You know, I'm out in the mountains as much as I can be. I'm out at the ocean as much as I can be, out at the river, because you know that connection with nature is how you really are able to set aside all the things of this world that don't actually matter and focus on the things that do. And especially when, you know, you have a bunch of this knowledge already, and then you go out and disconnect from the internet for a couple days at a time, that really helps too. And I've been making a thing of doing that, and actually I'm due again soon. I'm gonna have to go out there and disconnect from cell phone service, internet, you know, all that, and just go be with nature for a couple days again. And then, you know, I'll come back into town and do my thing for a little while, and then I'll go back out there and be with nature for a little while. And but right now I'm actually trying to get back out to the ocean, because the ocean is where I get like the best connection. So yeah, I'm thinking about going back out to the ocean, even though it's winter. It's like raining out there and stuff, but it's like raining where I'm at anyways a lot in Oregon. So yeah, I'm thinking about going back out to the ocean. I love the Charleston, North Bend, you know, Coos Bay is what a lot of people would know it as. Yeah, I love the whole coast, to be honest, all the way up to, you know, Astoria and Seaside and Manzanita. Manzanita is really cool. Has anybody been to Manzanita before? Manzanita, Oregon. Ah, thank you. God bless. God bless for subscribing. That's what's up. Yeah, some vital change is better than no change. That's for sure. That's for sure. Regardless of disagreement, I appreciate the conversation. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, I feel it. I feel it. And this is years of the same path of information for me. And actually, these contacts with like Archangel Michael and stuff through David Wilcock have actually already predicted things that have came true. Like, this has been a very solid source of information, very solid. Like, and like I said, a lot of it's linked to all these prophecies and stuff that, you know, a lot of that have already started to come true. And, you know, we're really living in the real end times that the Bible spoke about, you know, but it's not all doom and gloom and scary and all that. Like, that's not what we're facing this time. This time we're on the right path. So, you know, there's enough people out there that believe in Jesus, and that's fair enough. That's fair enough. So, you know, it's nice to get out this information for more and more people to learn more and more truths about this, because, you know, like I said, I mean, religion was all like designed by the Illuminati pretty much anyways. Pretty much. I mean, like, it was really deceptive, you know. There's just too much. Yeah, that's why the world is just such a mess, you know. Everyone's just been divided over every little thing, and think that, oh no, these people, you know, humanity thinks only these people know Jesus and only these people know God and all of that. And it's like, no, like, why can't people have different ideas of it? Like, that's cool too. Like, why, you know, why do we have to all, you know, we don't all have to agree, but you know what I mean? This prophesized information is very, very amazing. You know, it comes from higher density beings that really have our best interest. The ones that we've been making contact with have our best interest in mind. They want us to succeed. They want us to ascend so that they can ascend too. Because this is a all connected with our mass consciousness. So it's very, very, very amazing times that we're in. This is literally known as the Great Awakening, and I'm excited to be talking about this, to be honest. Like, and you know, it's came with a lot of ups and downs, and it's come with a lot of battles because they really don't want this information out. They really don't. You know, my content that I make about this type of stuff gets the least amount of views out of everything that I talk about. When I talk about this stuff, they don't want this stuff out. So, you know, if any of you watch David Wilcock, or when you do watch David Wilcock, if you end up watching David Wilcock, okay, he'll talk about the same type of stuff too. I mean, this is very sensitive information. Okay, because if everyone knew this information, we would no longer be controlled anymore. We would demand change now. You know what I mean? We would come together collectively and peacefully and be like, okay, enough of us know the real picture here, and we're tired of the game. We're tired of all these games. You know, because the truth is that they have used our co-creative abilities against ourselves for far too long now. Our co-creative abilities, right? That's all the different creativity that we could possibly have. Okay? How they keep that under control is by forcing us to work and then jacking up the prices so high now that people are so focused on money right now that it's sad, you know, and it's you know, I see it in music and stuff all the time. You know, people are, but you know, I choose to not really listen to that type of music as much as I can. You know, there's really only like one artist that is really kind of about money that I like to listen to, and that is Zero from Houston, Texas. But you know, I love his music because it has a whole lot of other messages too. And you know, he has a lot of music actually speaking about Jesus and about God. So, you know, it's very. That's why I fuck with Zero, because, you know, yeah, he might do this or that to get, you know, more followers or whatever, more money, but you know, at the same time, he's made a whole lot of music. He even made a song that's called Like Jesus. That was the name of his song, Like Jesus. Like, come on, give my boy Zero some respect, man. Go check out Zero if you don't know who that is, because that's some good stuff. Z-RO. So, you know, that's all up in my playlist section too, because I'm really big on music. The newest playlist that I created for music, I really focused on just really positive music. And so, you know, it's only like 170 songs or something, but there's some really good stuff in there for y'all. Has anybody ever heard of Jurassic 5? Where's my Jurassic 5 people at, man? Jurassic 5 is amazing. Amazing. And you know, a lot of Jurassic 5 music actually spoke about a lot of these things too. Jurassic 5 kind of took Prophesies and made music about it. And kind of their own experiences too with stuff, because, well, I'm not even going to get into the Jurassic 5 topic on this video, but I've already done all the homework, so that if y'all peep out my playlist section, you'll see it anyways. And well, there's like almost 400 videos related to the topic up in there. So yeah, I'm not even gonna speak about it right now. It's already out there. I've even made videos on it myself. So, you know what I mean? Check it out. And I was born knowing that information, which is very weird. And I'm pretty sure related to why I was killed in my past life. And I'm pretty sure I've had experiences in this lifetime that have let me know that I was in California in my past life, because people out there knew me and I had never even been there in this life before. I finally went down there and I left because it was whack. Okay. I had so many different experiences in California that people are like, hey, I know you, and da 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 da. And I'm like, oh shit. I don't know none of these people or nothing, bro. But they know me. And I'm like, oh man, this ain't good, bro. This ain't good. What did I do in my past life? But I'm pretty sure it was that I knew the information about what I just made a playlist about too. The one that I'm trying to peep y'all over to check out. And I knew too much information about that, and I'm pretty sure that's why they shot me. Like I worked on past regression healing, and with past regression healing, that's when you start to remember parts of your past life. And sometimes it can start with the end, which is my experience with past regression healing, as I remembered the end of my last life. And honestly, I kind of quit diving into my own past life regression healing for the time being. I probably will get into it again soon, but everything that I already seen in there was enough confirmation for me. I'm like, okay, no, reincarnation's 100% real. I've experienced things in this lifetime that only would make sense if I was obviously in a different state in my past lifetime, and I happen to go back to it in this life, and bad choice. So, probably because the person I was speaking about was very well connected. That might give you a little hint in California. So, sorry, I smoke my cigarette in like sections. I don't smoke a full cigarette anymore. I'll take like 3 or 4 drags and put it out, and then ramble on for a bunch longer, and then but let me check out what y'all saying, because sometimes the problem is on my phone, like when I'm scrolling through your comments, if at any given time I don't scroll all the way back down to the bottom, then they stop coming in. Yeah, Jurassic 5, yay. Somebody, there's yeah, exactly. There is no place called hell. What's more closer to hell is what we're already living in, what we've been living in, but that's soon coming to an end. Soon, very soon. Same thing our government does today. Otherwise, most of us would be hot dogs at the hell, right? Yeah, a lot of people would for sure. Not really. The body stays in the ground. So yeah, the body, I have explained this once before in this live stream, or probably even twice by now, but it's been going on for 2 hours now, so I will definitely explain it again for you. So yeah, our physical body when we die, stays in the ground, but that our physical body is not our real self. Our real self is the spirit within. And Jesus talks about accessing a part of our mind, where our mind meets our spirit. If you do the meditation and try to focus in with the single eye that Jesus talked about, you can start to see the light. And I've done that. And that's very amazing. Very amazing. I've seen the light. So anyways, Yeah, so after we die, our soul then leaves the body behind, because this is just a vessel. This is just a vessel, because the truth is, once we hit a certain density of consciousness, we do have light body. So the light body concept that's out there is true. It's closer to fifth density, but people who are already close to fourth density now, when fourth density hits, will already be closer to fifth density. So beings like that will and can develop a light body. So yeah, it generally starts around fourth density on the higher up, and fifth density and beyond. And that's a lot of the angels are light body beings, so that's the truth behind angels. And there's been many people out there who have met with the angels, of met different angels. And I actually met somebody recently who had an experience where he met one of these angels, and it was a light body being. And yeah, well, a lot of us, and that's the challenge with this type of information, is that a lot of people think that they do know everything, and then come to find out later on that what you thought you knew as wholeness was really just a little sliver of the pie, if even, because there's been so much disinformation out there. And that's what's being pushed really heavily right now, is disinformation. So it's harder to get people to view stuff like this that has real information versus disinformation. Disinformation gets way more traffic. So, I mean, that's all part of the distraction. They want, the push content out there that's keeping people distracted, if that makes sense. So that's why streams like this don't get a bunch of traffic at first. And even it's taken David Wilcock years and years and years of working on this stuff to finally have 500,000 subscribers. And out of those 500,000 subscribers, when he goes live every week, he gets about roughly 2,000, 3,000 people in there with 500,000 subscribers. So, you know what I mean? That's just what it is with this type of information. Well, the Bible did warn y'all. Yeah, well, the Bible did speak about a lot of things. It's just the words that were used in the Bible were very confusing to most people, because most people didn't even really understand what they were reading when they read the Bible. And so that's why they think they know it all. But then when you actually decode the Bible, you learn entirely different things, because the words that were used in there were designed to, they didn't want everyone to wake up. Because if everyone would have woke up, this whole system that we've been living under for so long wouldn't even still exist. So yeah, it's it's all part of their distraction, and so that's why myself, I've read it, but I don't personally continue to read it. Like, yeah, I've read it before, and I've actually read one of the original Quran before too. And honestly, I didn't mind the Quran. One of the original Qurans, not one of the newer ones, but one of the original ones. I didn't mind it. I mean, to me, it gave me a greater sense of what God was than the Bible. But you know, like I said, I mean, I'm just on the spiritual path, so I too was in seek of all information. You know, and then I just happened to years ago, I had met someone that I sold him a car. Okay. Because I was flipping cars at the time. I was fixing up cars and selling them. And so one of the person that bought one of my cars, we ended up actually like becoming friends. It was interesting. But yeah, I sold him a car and I did such a good job at fixing the car up that he was like, dang, you're the real deal, bro. Like, yo, and we became friends. And he's actually the person that ended up being like, hey, do you know David Wilcock? And I'm like, I don't think so. And, you know, I was already on some information where I thought I knew a lot too. This was years ago now, years ago. And then I discovered David Wilcock, and that opened the entire universe up. That was like not even a door. I mean, that opened the whole universe up because David Wilcock has studied everything. Like he's dedicated pretty much his whole life to this. So, you know, and he's much older than I am, or you know, by at least 20 something years, probably at least. Because yeah, I'm only 32 years old. So, you know, luckily, I ended up finding this information when I don't even think I was 25 yet. I might have been right about 25 when somewhere right around there, 24 or 25 years old when, yeah, I started digging into all this. And yeah, honestly, different kind of where I was at in my life at that point. You know, honestly, like this information saved my life. And I mean, it made me completely stop living the way that I was living, which wasn't necessarily bad. I mean, I was never a bad guy, but you know, I grew up with a little thug mentality in me and stuff, you know? I mean, that's just growing up with a father who was in prison from the time I was just a child, growing up with, you know, both sides of my family being in the military. My dad's side and my mom's side both was up in the military. Like, and then I tried to get into the military when I was 18 years old, and they denied me. They denied me because I was, let's see, I had a history. It wasn't even because I was trying to remember. I had quit taking Ritalin by this point in time, but they denied me because I had history of taking it because of ADHD from when I was a child. So, yeah, I got denied from entering the military. And, well, let's just say that kind of was like, all right, bet. You know, I guess I'll go do something else then. And, you know, I was still working and stuff too, but, you know, there was a time in my life where, you know, I mean, I was selling drugs with a piece right here ready to pop anyone who wanted to do something. And, you know, I mean, I've lived life. Okay. I've lived life. And, so now, you know, I've hurt people. You know, all this information really ended up making me way more humble, way more, you know, I was already a very loving person. It wasn't like I was just a ruthless gangster, like just knocking everybody. Like, that wasn't me. I had morals about everything I did, and I was like a Robin Hood. I like to rob the rich and help give to the poor, and my people who was struggling and stuff like that. So, anyways, yeah, and this was years ago, and yeah, I ended up like squashing that whole entire lifestyle by 25, which where I'm from, for real, um, most people don't really get out of it. So most people kind of stay trapped on probation and in prison and jail, and like that's a major thing where I'm from. So yeah, I got up out of there after I started learning this information. I was like, bro, I don't want to even throw my life away like this. Like all these other people around me out here and stuff. Like, yo, I gotta break off and go do my own thing, and even get away from family and everything. And so, yeah, that's what this information is really what triggered me realizing that I had a greater purpose on this planet, and I always knew I did, but I was the truth is a lot of star seeds, some of us never end up figuring out their mission. So I'm very grateful that I figured mine out. I started following I started following this calling. I was getting a calling of where I needed to go, and I followed that all the way out to the West Coast from Billings, Montana, and that's when I had first started out by being in the trenches of the trenches with this information. Okay, I first started out because of my previous involvement with dealing and everything. I posted up in a car that I had that looked like I was probably one of those people, and I would go around on the West Coast, and I'd post up in different places that I thought people was going to be looking for shit. And sure enough, within a couple minutes of me being parked there, they'd come up and ask. I'll be like, hey, yeah, sure, get in, and we're going to speak about this. And that's really where my mission got started. And I started to give little seeds of this information to people and share my own drug history and the fact that I'd been clean for like, I think I'd been clean for about 2 years when I had started to do this. I'd only been clean for 2 years, and I was like, bro, I want to help other people. So that's really what it really first developed. And yeah, I've just been on this path ever since, and that was years ago. So yeah, my path has it changes a lot, but I mean, as far as I go back and forth between this exoteric knowledge and the solar event, and this everything I know about Jesus and God and addiction and the economy and being, I chose to be out here how I'm living years ago. Like when I discovered this information is when I decided that I wasn't going to be tied down by slavery. Like literally, I was renting an apartment at the time, and I decided that I was miserable. I was miserable. I was like, bro, all I do is I'm always busy making money just to keep this place and to do the things that I want on top of it. And it was just like, I was hardly, I don't know, it just, like, I had finally quit working and just started flipping cars because I was so unhappy with my situation that wasn't aligning with this knowledge that I was gaining. And so I quit working and I was just flipping cars. I had like 3 cars and I would fix them up and sell them and buy more and just keep that going. But I got tired of living in an apartment, and ultimately I got tired of being in Billings, Montana. And I was like, man, I had to go see what else is out there for me because this isn't it. And I already wanted to leave that life behind and everything. And so because yeah, Billings gets wild. The last time I was out in Billings, Montana, somebody tried to steal my car at gunpoint. Like they was like 10 feet away from me. No, probably like more like 10 yards away from me. Sorry, not feet, but like yards away from me. Way far enough away from me to the point where I really couldn't do much about it, but at the same time, they didn't rob me. But at the same time, they didn't rob me because your boy's a little crazy, and I ain't even gonna go into all that right now. But yeah, that was the last time I was in Billings, Montana, and I'm like, man, I knew I left here for a reason. Well, I was like, all right, man, I'm back up out of here because that person. Enough said. I ain't even gonna speak about it. So we good up in the hood. But really, I may ask of you if you were on a. So yeah, Billings, Montana is right outside of a very violent reservation. And a lot of the people from that reservation come into Billings, and like people get stabbed over like them wanting a beer. I've literally known people who lost their life because they didn't give someone a quarter, 25 cents. I don't know if y'all have ever been to a place where you've known somebody that's lost their life over 25 cents before, but that's where I'm from. So yeah. Yeah. On some real, yes, I am familiar with the area. Yeah. Yeah, for sure, man. So, man, I'm thankful I left that life behind. And I mean, don't get it twisted. I'm still from Billings, Montana. I still have every means up in here to defend myself. You feel me? But I ain't going around flaunting it and asking for no trouble. You know what I mean? That's for self-defense. You know what I mean? That's for self-defense. And I have land out here. I have 2.5 acres of land. So when I go back out to my land, I better have something on me. Okay? Because there's some crazy people out there too. So, out there, mountain people can get a little crazy, And yeah, I have some land out here in the mountains in Oregon. And yeah, there's been yeah, that's why my light here is a spotlight. That's just the normal light part of it, but the other end of it is a spotlight that goes like 400 feet. Like it shines for a long ways, far enough to handle business at night if you need to. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. No, I get that too. A lot of people are very familiar spirits to me and faces. Yeah, definitely. Well, because when we reincarnate, our face is similar to what we previously looked like. So that's why if you compare pictures of Edgar Casey to David Wilcock, you'll realize that, wow, they're like they are the same person. And what's even more interesting about the David Wilcock and Edgar Casey connection, because hopefully y'all know about Edgar Casey, because Edgar Casey predicted all kinds of truth. Edgar Casey was one of the original predictors of truth, and anyways, a lot of the same things that Edgar Casey spoke about, a lot of those same things, most of them, David Wilcock speaks about too. But he didn't even realize that connection until later in life, till after he was already on his mission and everything. So yeah, there's a very interesting connection there. And like I said, I mean, I've had my own experiences with people recognizing me from my past life, and it's all very interesting stuff. But I'm just extremely excited for 2026. That's really my main focus, and it's why I've been going really hard at the end of 2025 here. I've put everything aside and just dove into this because, I'm trying to build up the momentum even greater of awakening in 2026. So the more work I'm doing now, I'm just preparing for 2026, because I swear 2026 is the year we're going to find unity. We're going to find unity. And I talk about it enough that I'm literally actively trying to create unity. So it's not something that's far off, because I'm going to keep manifesting it until we get it. Because, you know what I mean? I want what's best for society now. I don't want us to keep waiting and waiting and waiting. Like, for what? Like, you know what I'm saying? There are so many more of us than the demonic powers that have been ruling everything. There are billions of us, and only what is it? Like maybe 5% of them at the most, or something pretty small percentage of them compared to us. Super small percentage. So it's like, what are we still doing allowing them to rule us? And to hold basic necessities above our head based on money. You know what I mean? Like, this whole form of control has to end. You know what I mean? We are the only planet in the universe that still is ran by a money system. Once your consciousness expands past where we're at, we can't be controlled that way anymore. And in my own life, I'm already starting to live that. That's why I'm out here bringing the real out here from my RV. And I have the freedom to, if I want, go move to the ocean. I have half a tank of gas in my RV right now. If I can find somebody to send me enough to get to the ocean, that's where I'm going to go for Christmas and New Year's. And I'm probably just going to stay out there until I finish paying off my land. And once I finish paying off my 2.5 acres of land, I'm going to go back out there to my land. So that's my goal. I want to finish paying off my land, because my land is in an area which is one of the last in America that you can actually camp on this land after you've paid it off. The only restriction is you need to dig a septic. The ground out there is like really easy to dig. Really easy to dig. I had got a dog from someone out there in where my land is at a couple years ago when I was out. Well, I was out at my land up until the beginning of summer this year. In the beginning of summer this year is when I took off from there, and I've been just kind of, it got too hard to make money down there and stuff, so I just left, and I've been just traveling since, and, just going wherever I can make some more money and stuff, so, yeah, because I'm just trying to get this paid off, and once I have it paid off, I'm not even worried about none of that. I'm going to become way more self-sufficient. I'm going to definitely, one of the first things I do when I get out there again is start growing, have my own garden. I really want my own garden, man. I really love to try to do a little bit of, some corn and, of course, like some carrots and onions and, just everything that I can out there. I'm gonna see everything that I can out there. I'm gonna definitely be working on just becoming more self-sufficient, because ultimately I don't want to rely on this system that's collapsing. So, I want to get all the way out from under it before even then. Like, I don't know, that's just part of what I really want to do is, just be out there with nature. I barely have any cell phone service out at my land, but out of the whole area where there's other properties out there and stuff, my land is some of the only land out there that I actually get cell phone service on my property. So even though I'm out there in the mountains, basically, yeah, I get cell phone service on my property. It's cool. So that way I can make content right there at my land. So that's what I got going on. That's what I got going on. I've paid over $8,000 on this land already. I just owe barely over $6,000. So yeah, a total of $15,000. It was only $200 down. I'm making progress. So that's what's going on behind the scenes here. And I would love to be able to build a shop out there, so that way I can work on cars and build some nice drift cars and off-road cars, because I'm really into all that stuff, four-wheeling and all that. Like, I grew up street racing, I grew up drifting, I grew up mudding, I grew up four-wheeling, I'm from Montana, so you know what I'm saying? Wilderness separated from a concrete jungle city. Yeah, man, we gotta get, being out there with nature feels so much more right than being in, like, personally, me, I can't even be in the city anymore. I've been all over to all different kinds of cities and from the city and whatnot. I can't even be in cities anymore. Right now, I'm in a small town. Right now, I'm in a small town surrounded by mountains. So, you know what I mean? I can just easily, from where I'm at, go lose cell phone service from where I'm at right now. Currently, it's about an hour away to get to where I've been going out. I'm sure there's areas closer even, but I'm a little bit north of where I've been going like back and forth, north and south right here, because I'm actually just trying to get enough gas up to go to the ocean. So that's what I'm hoping on right now, because man, I really want to bring a Christmas live stream at the ocean and I really want to go find some fireworks out there for the 4th on the ocean, and do a little live stream with y'all as New Year's is going off, and it'd be really cool. It'd be really cool because one time I was in Seattle for the 4th of July, and that was really, really cool. Oh man, it was so cool being in Seattle for the 4th of July. That was amazing. They were launching fireworks off of boats out in the water, and oh man, yeah. Let me know if y'all have ever been to Seattle for the 4th of July, man. That's some good stuff. And so Canada is an untouched paradise compared to America right now, but not for long. Yeah, I know. And that's funny because, yeah, I'm, like I said, my last name is Cote. I'm French Canadian. So, yeah, even though I live in America now, but, at one point in time, my people was up in Canada. So, yeah, I have a whole society here in Canada. So, wait, is there, there's 2 of you in here from Canada? That's what's up. That's what's up. Or is there even more? How many people are from Canada up in here? That's what's up. You may be more free than a mansion owner, exactly. And I mean that's real talk. Because freedom, real freedom, it isn't money. Real freedom is most people they don't even leave their house hardly. Like, how freeing is that? You know what I mean? Yeah, I love freedom. I love the sense of freedom. I stand for what America once stood for, and that's freedom. I still have a Constitution of the United States right here. I'm a good old Montana boy, let me tell you. Let me tell you. I fully believe in our First and Second Amendments and all the rest, too. Like, yeah, we definitely have the right to bear arms. We definitely have the right of freedom of speech. And, they ain't taking that type of stuff from us. So, yeah, I'm just happy to be alive right now and making an impact, you know what I'm saying? Because, there's so much garbage out there on the internet and stuff nowadays that, myself, I don't even watch that much of it. I only watch a couple sources. Like, I check up on my David Wilcock. I check up on my Corey Good. I see a little bit of what Dr. Stephen Greer is saying, but I don't really personally like Dr. Stephen Greer. I mean, I don't dislike him, but I'm not like, I don't really resonate with Dr. Stephen Greer very much. Just because he seems kind of puppetish still. Like, yeah, he briefs the White House of need to know information 35 levels above the President of the United States of America type of stuff. Like, okay, he's very involved with cosmic disclosure. So it's not that I don't dislike Dr. Stephen Greer. I just feel that, I like the information coming from David Wilcock and Corey Good better based on their delivery of it. Because Dr. Stephen Greer, I don't know. And it was kind of weird. One of the more recent videos Dr. Stephen Greer did, right in the beginning of it, he had somebody like interviewing him, kind of, asking him questions, and then he would come up with answers. But one of the first questions was about the 3-eye atlas, and he was like, "Oh, no, it's just a comment." Like, and I mean, it might be. I don't personally know, but I have speculation that it might not be just a comment. But I'm not going to say either way because I don't know. And when I don't know something, I'm not really going to, when I don't know, I don't know. I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, it's this. Well, I don't know. So I have speculation that it could be something other than a comment, but I'm not for sure. So that's where I stand. Yeah, that's where I stand on that. I think that it is more than a comment, but I don't know for sure. But David Wilcock is even seeming to lean a little bit more towards it's not just a comment. So the fact that Dr. Stephen Greer, on one of his newer videos, that was like the first question asked, okay, and then he really quickly said, "Oh no, it's just a comment," and then they went straight on to something else, and he never spoke about it again for the rest of his video. And this is why I don't necessarily like Dr. Stephen Greer. I feel something was off there. So I have my own discernment within all this information, and that's why I resonate very highly with David Wilcock. He's coming from the right place. His connection with Archangel Michael is amazing. I love when he reads his connection between Archangel Michael. That is some very, very good content. And yeah, so God bless America for sure. For sure. Yes, discernment is extremely important. Extremely important. We all got to have our own discernment, and that's why, I've already put together playlists that I like people to check out, and still have your own discernment about them. But at the same time, like everything I speak about, I've already done all the homework on it. Like, and I kid you not, there's over a terabyte of information in my playlist section. I kid you not. Because this channel was just my account for a very long time. And then just over 2 years ago, I turned it into a channel. So that's why it says that, yeah, I was joined in 2015, which is actually right around the same time that I started falling into this information, which is actually kind of funny. But yeah, no, I just, I wanted to learn more and more and more about it until I reached a point where I was for sure about what I was talking about. And that's why, I didn't just start talking about it right away. I've waited and waited and waited. And I've trickled off little bits of it here and there. But, I noticed that when my channel first became a channel, when I first made it into a channel, and I started talking about some of this stuff, like, they they did not want it talked about at all. I was getting no views on any of it, hardly. I mean, I was getting some, but and I mean, probably a decent amount for what I'm talking about, but still, like, the level of control is crazy. And so I had to figure out a way around that. And so for myself, that's why my channel has so much different content on it. It's because I've really had to play a little bit, I've had to, or none of my serious stuff like this would get any views. I've had to, because they'll just shadow ban you and make it to where your content's not visible. So that's happened to me before, and that's why my my views that my channel have got has been really up and down, because I was putting stuff out there, and then they were just shadow banning it so bad that I focused on something else for a minute and then came back to it. And so I've been playing like this game back and forth between making music shorts and this and that, and kind of doing some different things just to kind of try to confuse it a little bit and let me have a little bit of traction to get a little bit more people up in here, So yeah, I love making music shorts too, because I listen to a lot of really good music, and recently I've really started to make better music shorts, and I don't do it all the time. It's not really my main. It's really just part of this blending game that I'm playing with YouTube right now, because otherwise, if I just talk about this type of stuff all the time, they're shutting me down, and so I'm not able to do that yet. But I'm I think that I finally have actually started to break through, and I'm able to do that a lot more now without, they still definitely don't, and it's finding the right people that want to know about this type of stuff too, because there's so many people out there in the world that still, they don't believe in God and they don't believe in Jesus, and so they skip right on by, and that's okay. You know what I mean? Uh, I'm not forcing anyone to do anything, but I definitely don't want a bunch of negativity up in my thing. So when I see it, I'm gonna, and if it's bad enough, I'm gonna just put the person in timeout, because I really want this to remain a positive thing, not a negative. So, you know what I mean? As it's my channel, I just yeah. So you guys have been great. You guys have been great. I've only had to delete like a couple comments that just some people just put the most crazy things on the comments, and some of it's really quite bad. So I don't want everyone else to have to see that type of stuff. So that's why I just delete it if it's gonna get that way. I'm very emotional. Well, actually, I'm getting tired right now a little bit, because it is like 11:45 at night, and I had a really good live stream earlier today. I had a really good live stream earlier today, and yeah, it was. I don't know how long it was. It wasn't quite as long as this live stream has been, but yeah, I'm a little bit tired right now. I'm getting. Plus, I haven't really. I kind of need another little toke of my medicine. I'm never negative. Positive people often attract negativity like a horseshoe magnet. It happens. Yeah, for sure, for sure. And yeah, yeah. Well, I've been single now for about like 5 years. I've been single now. My last girlfriend, just like you just said, positivity attracts negativity, and that's what happened. And my last ex was a nightmare. Come to find out, I don't even want to say this, but come to find out, her family was part of the Illuminati. I went through some shit with her. She was crazy and was very trained on how to. I don't even want to get into talking about it. I don't even want to get into talking about it. Those people are nuts, okay? And I just happened to meet the absolute wrong girl that completely pretended to be an angel. When I met her, she pretended to be an angel. And was really all about Jesus and everything, supposedly. And I fell for it and everything. And come to find out, her family was part of the Illuminati. Bro, they had an elevator in their house. Dude, I ain't even playing with y'all. And that was in Billings, Montana. So, yeah. Right. So, yeah, yo. So I've been Which to be honest though, I'm very thankful for that experience. And I wasn't at first, that's for sure. It was some very crazy shit that happened, but it's allowed me to finally break off and be single. Like, that was the end of dating for me for the time being. You know what I mean? I ain't even trying. I ain't even looking. I ain't none of that. Because, after I let that go, it made me realize that was distracting me from my mission. And so that's why I'm not even interested in dating right now, because I don't want a distraction from this. I don't want a distraction from my true purpose of being here. And that's why some of the most powerful men who've ever lived were single. And that's facts. We ain't got nobody telling us what to do. That's power. Feel me? The longer you continue to be single, the more effeminate you will become. You need to get out there and assert. Yeah, no, I mean, I hooked up with a chick not too long ago, but it was just a little thing, and like I said, I'm not trying to focus on dating, so I'm all for hooking up with the chick every once in a while or something, but I mean, I at the same time, I come from being a loyal person when I'm in a relationship, but I'm just not even really focused on any of that. And like I just said, some of the most powerful men out that powerful up here, I'm talking about, has been single people who have just been on their own path. Because when you're tied down to a woman, then you have to, that's your life, right? So by me just being me, I'm just able to focus on what matters. And it's I was with all kinds, I was with a lot of different chicks growing up and stuff, and I I started young. Okay, let me just put it that way. Your boy started young. Your boy's already bust enough to make up for a lifetime. I was young and busy. You feel me? I was young and busy, like an Energizer bunny. Okay, I don't. You know what I'm saying? I've already had enough. You feel me? So, although yes, I still love it, it's still a distraction. And I don't really need that distraction very often anymore. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. A wife is definitely, that's why I said, I'm a loyal type. I don't like to sleep around and stuff, definitely not. That's just not how I was raised. Like I said, I come from a Christian family. So, I was raised with some definite morals. And so, yeah, but at the same time, when I was single, though, I mean, I'm single now, but I mean, when I was growing up, any time that I became single, it was game on. You know what I mean? But I usually, the problem is, when I was young, I never stayed single for very long because, yeah, I don't even gotta go into any more details. You feel me? They yeah, I didn't stay single for very long because make them fuck around and fall in love and shit. Uh, yeah, exactly, and that's why I just that's why I haven't even been looking, and I don't even want to be in a relationship just because of that fact. That yeah, it really shadows your personal growth. I mean, you just can't. You got them to worry about, like I said. So soul ties and whatnot. I can tell. What? Hardened heat turned in a good way. DC, glad you're doing good, brother. I sub to you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Thank you for subbing, yo. It really helps. It really helps. I'm thankful for every one of you that subscribe and smash that like button. That always helps reach our other selves out there because, we all come from this one infinite creator. So, we're all technically family. And that's a truth that they don't want us to know. Because, if we looked at each other as family, then all of a sudden there'd be a whole lot less division, because divided we will fall. That's facts, and that's happening. So that's why it's kind of really been a more urgent matter for me to try to create some unity going on, because that's very real about divided we will fall. So I can't just I can't just sit back and watch it happen. I gotta stay on my mission. You know what I mean? So that's what it is for me, is just staying on this mission and getting to meet all kinds of really amazing people. So I thank all of you. I thank all of you for being here, man. This is it's amazing times, and I just can't wait for as time goes on and this connection grows stronger. And like I said, I've already been single now for like 5 years. So I mean, the more I keep up with that, I mean, and especially the more time I spend out with nature, that's what really helps. And I've been making it a practice to go do that. So I've literally been practicing that. Like, I don't just stay in town all the time. I very often, and even if I am in town, I like to go to where there's nature, which out right here, I can go down to the river, and it's like surrounded by a huge park. It's a humongous park with the river right there. So it's like, it's really cool. So for being in town, this is an all right little area right here that I'm at. And like I said, it's not very far out the way to go off into the mountains. And there's mountains all throughout all of here. So yeah, I'm very thankful for everything that happens in my life, because the truth is, Earth it's like a school. This planet is for us to learn. This planet is for us to grow. This is like boot camp. This is like boot camp before we get to be out there with all these different beings out there. And we'll be able to travel to different places and all kinds of things, because David Wilcock he does have so one thing that's really cool is David Wilcock has a Stavati. His company is called Stavati Airspace, and he's going to be making advanced aircraft for like firefighting and medical and whatnot at first. But then, because see, he's already got the patents for literal UFOs. He's already got the patents to make those. So that's part of his plan, is to be one of the first to, you know, he's kind of considered the godfather of anti-gravity. And so, yeah, we're gonna have our own UFOs soon. You know, like I said, we have had that. We've had we've reverse engineered them since at least the like 50s, if not, you know, there's speculation like even as far back as the 30s. And so, but for sure, like we figured out free energy devices. Okay, a lot of the information behind disclosure has to do with technology that's been hidden from humanity, and with that comes a whole lot of different medical healings. You know, because that's really what the pyramids were designed for. And they actually did a study where if they stored water, okay, if you store water in a pyramid, that water will then become healing. So they've actually tested it, and it actually works to a very, very good like percentage. So, you know, there's only been a few cases where it didn't help. And yeah, they've conducted all kinds of studies. Egypt has been the center ground for a lot of studies. So that's what's up. No, because if separation from God is held, then, well, you know, like I've said, I mean, this is pretty much kind of like we've been living in hell, kind of. Okay, I mean, for the simple fact that out of the whole universe, this planet here has been at the lowest level of consciousness. So our dense, you know, being a third density consciousness planet, like I said, a dog, our pets, animals are a second density creature, and we're a third. So technically, this is pretty much, you know, because this place has been ruled by very evil forces for far too long now. So technically, yeah, and they've wanted to discredit God, and, you know, with science trying to disproving it and different things. And so, yeah, I mean, technically, Homeboy's not far off from the truth there. But yes, God walks with us, and that's 100%. Yeah, the devil lied to everyone. This whole planet's been under the deception of the devil. So, you know, there's only a few of us that can see through it. And there's becoming more and more and more. So that's really the focus here. Oh yeah, Zionists. Yeah, that I think that's a cult. Sorry, I'm gonna look back. Bible says this is hell. Yeah, I mean it pretty much is, right? But yeah, no, I understand what you're saying there about experiences of joy. But you know, a lot of those experiences, though, I mean, you know, about the look back to Adam and Eve. Okay, you know, if you look back to Adam and Eve, you know, it's kind of where, realistically, if you think about it, I mean that's really where the world took the wrong turn. So, you know, I mean, this planet has definitely been, like I said, the Illuminati had, well, what we know them as the Illuminati, but they actually started from Mars. A catastrophic event happened in Mars, and they escaped and came to planet Earth, and then decided that since they were from a more technologically advanced civilization and they knew more, plain and simple, I mean, they were a fourth density civilization. So they're like, man, we're smarter than all these people here, and so we're going to rule the world because these people are a bunch of idiots and we can easily manipulate them. And so that's the truth behind how the Illuminati actually started. So they're actually beings from Mars. So, like, scary shit, kind of. But yeah, no, but you know, that whole thing, this time of them ruling this planet and the evil that's existed, it's all coming to an end. You know, it's all coming to an end. And the truth is that there's been a battle going on out there between good and evil on a cosmic level. This is more than just here on this planet. On a cosmic level, there's been a battle between good and evil. And, you know, some of us have actually been used in that battle without us even knowing. So there's so many different civilizations and beings out there that are so far advanced from where we are that a lot of this wouldn't even make sense to people, okay? But they can literally stop. Okay, for instance, okay, say you're sleeping, right? You know, in a good, nice sleep, right? But then, so if you ever experienced sleepwalking, this is part of this, okay? But I have. I used to sleepwalk a lot when I was younger. And so anyways, they can splice your spirit out of your body as you're still sleeping, and then use that for this war that's been going on. And so this information comes from David Wilcock. There. Sorry, y'all. My phone died. I got my phone plugged in right now because it died on me right in the middle of the live stream. Sorry about that, y'all. What's good, y'all? What's good? I'm back right now, but yeah, my phone completely died. It shut off. It powered down. I don't know if y'all heard me. I was like, oh no, my phone's powering off. But yeah, so I'm gonna have to let my phone charge, y'all, and like, comment, subscribe. I'm gonna release this as a video right after it finishes uploading and whatnot. So yeah, peace and love be with y'all, and I'm gonna be making another stream here in a few hours and whatnot. So you know, but it's 12 right now. It's after midnight, and so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and cut this off. And much peace and love to y'all. And please subscribe, and we will be at it again in the morning. So, have a good live stream. What are y'all talking about? Yeah, I'm just checking out what y'all are saying, yo. Right? Man, y'all been having a straight conversation about it. Mars, yeah. You know, Mars was a advanced civilization. Yo, I gotta let my all right, yeah, for sure. Thank you. My sound is lost. Can y'all probably can't hear me? My phone's like it's dead. It's charging right now though. And I gotta start this thing up. I gotta start my engine up to get some heat going up in here. Alright, y'all. Right? You know, I feel what y'all saying. And yeah, shapeshifters are real. Can y'all hear me yet? Hey, let me know up in the comments if you can hear me. Yeah, they are. They are real for sure. And y'all, let me know if you can hear me, yo. Can anybody hear me up in here? Or did my audio? Oh, okay. You can hear me now. Cool. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that, yo. My phone's just in here charging. See if I can set it up better at all. I have a fast charger. I'm already at 5%. So yeah, I'm gonna take intermission for a minute, okay? Bro needs a little break, and I'm gonna be back in like probably like 3-5 minutes. Like I said, I have a fast charger, so I'll be able to take my phone off the charger here in no time. It's already up to 6%. So, all right, I'll be right back. So who thinks that I should make some coffee and continue this live stream we got going on? From Virginia Beach, that's what's up. That's what's up. What's up, y'all? I said to have a little medicine break, you know. That's the thing about not being of this world, you know. Most of us need our medicine, you know. David Wilcock actually only recently quit. And yeah, like I said, I'm all the way down to like half a gram a day, so I'm getting there. Half a gram a day will keep me seeing another day for right now, you know what I'm saying? Because gotta have me some medicine. So yeah, no need for indulgence. You're good. You should be able to talk about stuff like that. Yeah. So man, I'm about to heat up some water right now on my stove and make some coffee. Because yeah, it's past midnight here. My phone's all the way up to 9% already. So here soon I can unplug it again. Yeah, what y'all think about some coffee at midnight, man? I'm gonna do it. Hold on. Yeah, let me put on this heater too. Get some good heat going up in here because it's winter time. Got the good old Ford 460 running right now, you know, 460 cubic inch V8 right here. Gotta love that 7.5 liter. That's bigger than the 7.3 liter diesel, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I love this thing. It keeps me good. Oh, that heat feels good already, man. This thing was cold. I just barely started it, and it's already got some heat coming out. Haha, peace and love, yo, peace and love. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna turn on some coffee. Coffee is good anytime, yeah. 2 a.m. and I'm brewing instant coffee. Word. All right, y'all. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna be right there too with that coffee. Man, who wants some white chocolate mocha? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna put in my coffee, man. I'm gonna have some white chocolate mocha right here. So, yeah. Oh, I feel it. Well, what you doing for work right now? Yeah, I recently I did security, and I actually have another security job opportunity coming up here out at the ocean. So that's another reason I want to get out to the ocean. And yeah, so what you doing? Don't play with him. No. Oh, okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. Yo, I first started doing janitor work, man. That was my first. Check this out, man. When I was 13 years old, I got a job through the HRDC program. And the first job I ever did was help janitors at the middle school that I actually went to. And yeah, I was learning about like polishing the floors and all kinds of stuff. So that was my first job at 13. Oh, dang, you're a high-rise. Dang, yo. Yeah, I've done roofing before. Let's see. I mean, I've been on some high rises before when I was doing, not when I was doing roofing, but when I was doing general construction, you know? And I'm trying to think. I think that was out in Seattle. Yeah, that was out in Seattle. I was up on this. Yeah, it was, because I remember seeing the Space Needle. That was cool. But I've only roofed houses or apartments up to like 3 stories. Yeah, like 3 or 4 stories is the highest I've been up on a roof. Right? Yeah, I really love my passion outside of these topics that I've been talking about and others too. Really is in cars, yo. I'm a really good mechanic. Like, I'm a really good mechanic. And not only that, I mean, I like to modify vehicles. I like to make them for racing and drifting. You know what I mean? So, I hopefully still got one car out on my land. It's a 1997 Ford Thunderbird LX. Limited edition, blue paint, blue interior, with the 4.6 liter V8. You know what I'm saying? Rear wheel drive V8. Yeah, I love my old school cars. I don't really like anything too newer than that too much. A few here and there, but you know, I really like that old school stuff, like 80s, 70s, 60s, 50s, all that. All that old car stuff is cool, man. I would, like, yeah, I'm really into cars. Dang, 28 and a half stories? That is wild. Dang, bro. Much respect, yo. That's wild. That's wild. Well, I mean, so are you like using like the rope system and stuff? Like, is that what you have to? Yeah, I mean, you must be, right? Like, how do you even do that? I'm just like, man, I've never even been around that high of a project before. So, man, on the apartment buildings that I would work on, I would drive one of those 4-wheel drive, 4-wheel steering booms with a basket on it. You know, we'd put a basket on the forks, and yeah, I'd raise people up to put the drip edge on sometimes and stuff, and work on the bottom of the roof. Like, dang. Oh, that's what's up, man. What is that, the R32? Whatever, that's dope. What was that, R34? I don't really honestly know my Nissans that much. I'm more of a, you know, to be honest, I mean, I'm more of a Ford person. You know, I like my Fords. My first car was an 86 Ford Thunderbird Elite Edition with the leather seats. You know, true dual exhaust from the factory. It had, I don't even know if it had 100,000 miles on it when I got it. Like, it was still a baby. It was still like barely even broke in. and I put a Flowmaster mufflers on both sides, and, you know, chop, because it already had the true dual exhaust. And yeah, man, I grew up in street racing, man. We were and drifting. Man, I miss those times. Oh, okay. I haven't really. How can I see that? But if you subscribe, I think you said you subscribed, so I'll be able to check on that later. All right, let me go check on my coffee real quick. I'm almost ready to unplug my phone. I think my phone should about have enough charge. 19% already. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, I have seen them in the past. It's just been a long time since I checked that out. No, I feel it. Right, yo, coffee's getting there. Sweet. Nice. Your son doesn't race. Okay. Yeah, just said word. Thank you, man. It's amazing to gain all these different connections, yo. I love just, man, trying to bring us together, you know. This is some crazy times we're in right now, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. That is for sure. It's not all doom and gloom. Spider-Man, the best part. That's funny. Yo, it's nice and warm up in here now. I gotta get a heater, man. I left all that stuff out at my land because I wasn't really planning on RVing again, because I have a 35-foot long Class A RV out there. So that thing's too big to really do what I want to do, because, you know, some campgrounds are like small and stuff or whatever. At least the ones out in Washington were, I don't know. To me, I like this 26-foot one that I got right now, so it's like perfect size. Yeah, for sure. All right, I think I have enough. Should have enough charge. Yeah, 22%. That's good enough for now. Got the water going. Dog's over here freaking sleeping. Alright, let me cover the girl up real quick. Since I'm not here by her to keep her warm. Right. Yo, this is the life right here, you know. I got all clean dishes right there, ready to go. Yeah, I don't mess around, man. I got this one little bag of trash. That's it. I gotta take that out. Other than that, I'm one of the cleanest RVers you'll find. I don't have a bunch of stuff everywhere. You know, all my stuff's pretty neat. Nice tool set there, and a box full of different fluids and whatnot. Speaker, different things. Yeah, I got this. Oh yeah, that coffee's just about ready to go, yo. Man, I can't wait. I'm about like realistically probably 2 years away from, if not sooner. 2 years is like I don't really want it to take any more than 2 years, but yeah, because I'm gonna build on my property, so I'm doing it the old fashioned way. You know what I'm saying? By getting the land first, owning that, and then building on that. So that's what I decided when I quit renting, man. I was like, bro, literally, if I don't own it, I don't want it. Renting's too stressful. Like, at least when I'm done making these payments, I'm done making these payments, and I ain't got to make no more payments besides a property tax, which luckily I already looked into that. And if you buy land in a pretty poor county, then you have really low property taxes. So if you want a nice, just simple, humble life, then that's a good option for y'all. Yeah, because, man, it's somewhere, like I said, $15,000, and you can own a decent little chunk, you know. It's definitely starting ground. 2.5 acres, you know what I mean? It's like, and actually, when you're there, it feels a lot bigger. It's like, man, because you're just surrounded by like mountainside, and oh man, it's beautiful. Oh, thank you. Yeah, yo, I just, you know, and I wanna like kind of record myself in the process of everything. You know, if you can look at some of my old content, right, from like 2 years ago, and even all the way up until I left my land at the beginning of this summer. So all the content up until there, pretty much most of it was out at my land. There's some that I did elsewhere too, but yeah, I did. Yeah, even in Washington, I got like some music shorts out in Washington and stuff. So yeah, I think that's, yeah, Washington's where I did that Easter talk. That was a couple years ago. So that's what's up. What are we up to here, yo? I just got done charging my phone, and it died on me right in the middle of this. But luckily, when it came back on, I still have people on here, and I'm like, man, y'all are what's up, bro? Y'all are some good people, man. my phone done died, and I came back, and there was still like 7 people on here or something like that. I don't know how many of y'all was still here, but it was enough that I was like, dang, yo, what's up? Oh, word, what's good, Joe? And yeah, I've been having this just great discussion about this time we're in, and all kinds of different truth about Jesus and God and higher density beings, and the truth behind different, as these people have even been speaking up right up in here, different truths about angels and demons, and it's all real in the spiritual war out there. And I just like to just do this just for anybody that just now came in, yeah, and I got a bunch of other content out there too, a bunch. And check out my playlist section too, y'all. I really honestly cannot stress enough about what's all up in my playlist section on my channel here, so peep that out too, y'all. Much love, much love. I'm chilling in the dark right now a little bit just because I need to actually go pour my coffee right now. Hold on, it's boiling. The water's boiling. I use a French press. I love coffee out of a French press, so yeah. And then let me pour up this coffee, and then I'm gonna go sit back down and turn on my light. I mean, have my light on me instead of facing the other way. Sorry, it's late at night, and I'm just needing to get this coffee up in me, and then I can keep rolling on all kinds of good stuff. Patience is the best thing with French pressed coffee. You really want to let it sit like at least 5 minutes. If you let that, oh man, and then press it down and pour you up a cup, man. That's how I've been making coffee since back when I was renting a house. I was out there barbecuing every day, almost, pretty much. Like, man, you can make a lot of things on a barbecue. Man. I can't wait to get me one to strap to my luggage rack on the back of this thing. Yeah, astral travel is, yeah. So I get that confused with being the same thing as remote viewing. Y'all know about remote viewing? Sounds good. All right, I'm gonna cut this coffee a little bit short, because really, when you make it this way, it's good. It's good regardless. All right. We're off and going. Got the coffee. Oh, except for I did forget to grab one thing. That's pretty important. So I can set my phone down. Sit next to my dog over here. She's just man, that's my rescue dog, yo. I love my dog. I was her third owner by the time she was 9 months old. So yeah, you know, I don't want her to ever have to go to another owner, because that's crazy. Like, you know, think about if you were, you know, a kid, like going through 3 different homes type of shit. Like, I've actually kind of been there. It was yeah. In my teenage years, you know, I was pretty wild. I was really wild in my teenage years. Because my dad was in prison and I didn't know him. I didn't even meet him till I was 20, but I don't know, when I was about like 16 or something. Yeah, I was about 16, and the stepdad that I had, you know, he came back into my life like at 13, and then anyways, he tried to put his hands on me one time, and it didn't go well for him. So I got kicked out on the spot. My mom was like, no, I'm like, oh, he lifted me by the collar of my shirt and slammed me up against the fridge. And so I instantly socked him up in the face and fucked up his glasses and his nose and shit. He chopped me instantly and whatnot. But yeah, I got kicked up out of there. So, you know, I was raised to be, you know, to fear no man, to not let somebody, you know, put their hands on me. I'm really chill with everybody as long as you don't put your hands on me. And like, you know, that's my that's just something that I get to live with, as my mom's side and my dad's side both came from the military. My dad's side, my grandpa was a Navy SEAL, and on my mom's side, my grandpa was in the Navy, you know, Air Force, basically. So it is what it is. But sorry, that got like way off topic and stuff. But you know, it's just sometimes just certain past experiences pop up, you know, and it's like, oh, I haven't really thought about that in a while, but okay. Oh, that was hot. Cheers, yo, for the new year coming up. I got a coffee cheers right now. I don't drink anymore, so you can see that steam rising from the dark. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. Man, God bless. Yeah, I lost my grandpa like over 3 years ago now. So yeah, no, I feel it. I was actually pretty close to my grandpa, who was a Navy SEAL. So I feel it. And I swear that man is a lot of the reason why I have that side of me that I can't really. I mean, it's pretty buried, but you know, at the same time, ain't nobody taking me out this life. And you know, as a man, what was it? I know it was Damian Marley. Yeah, Damian Marley, and probably others too. And I've heard this from more than just one artist, but said that they can only kill you once. They cannot kill you twice. Now, after doing some past regression healing and realizing that I was shot and killed, they already done killed me once. So if what these people are saying about they can only kill you once, but they cannot kill you twice is true, then I mean, if for the simple fact that, you know, this life I was born into a pretty tactical situation all around, so you know, they ain't taking me out. Hold on, give me 1 second. All right. I'm able to sip on this coffee now, so I'm coming reawake now. You know, it's like 1 a.m. Yep, 12:50. We're doing good. We're doing good. We got 20% charge still. I'm good. All right. So, man, the people who have been here throughout like this whole live stream, out of all the topics that I've spoke about, what's some stuff you would like me to speak further into? And let me check out these comments, cause I'm reawakening with this coffee. Dang, you lost yours too recently. Dang, I'm sorry about that. Dang, your grandpa was a Marine too. Sorry, I'm just these comments have been streaming in heavy tonight, y'all. Thank you. But it gives it, you know, it takes me a while to catch back up with y'all. My fear has saved my life more than once. Yeah. 426 airborne. Yeah, you know, as long as you don't let it paralyze you in the situation, you know, you got to think fast. It's really all about thinking fast when it comes down to situations. You know, I've had like, this is no joke. I've had like 10 people pull up on a campsite out in Washington, outside of Tacoma, and they tried to rob me and my ex. And thank God I had a laser sight. They tried to rob me, you know, around this time of night. And I seen their headlights because there was multiple different off-road vehicles pulled up on me. And I seen their headlights, and I'm like, oh shit. Because I'd already been knowing that they were scoping me out. Because the few days before, like, they were riding up and down the road there late at night. And I'm like, man, what are these niggas scoping me out, bro? Because there's a whole, like, clan of people out there that are all out at the shooting range out there in the mountains, man. I'm out in the mountains, right? And I had my 35-foot RV and a 22-foot flatbed trailer with my Yamaha 660 Raptor quad and Yamaha 350 Warrior quad for my ex-girlfriend. And I also had my 2005 Ford Econoline 3/4 ton extended cargo van with tinted windows and shit out there. And also we had it. So one of the four-wheelers went in the back of the van. And then the other four-wheeler went on the front of my trailer, and then I also had a really nice Ford Explorer on the trailer too. And yeah, I'd been out there getting really sharp with my thing, you know, splitting Corona bottles with one hand from a distance, you know what I'm saying, type of accuracy. And anyways, they rolled up on me, and I just stayed calm, and I just waited until they got close to the front of my RV. And as soon as they did, I put that laser sight, I turned that shit on right in between the eyes of the closest one to me, and yelled out, "If you motherfuckers don't turn around right now, I'm gonna dump every single one of you motherfuckers." And it didn't take them long at all to clear the fuck out. But yeah, you can't let fear, you know what I'm saying, overwhelm you in situations. You gotta just, man, think tactical. So yeah, that was just one out of many different situations I've been in. But you know, at the time, I really had 3 magazines loaded with armor-piercing rounds, and that was like 57 rounds in total ready to go. So, I mean, I wasn't bluffing either. But, yeah, good times, good times. Sorry, I was just, yeah, that comment, "My fear has saved my life more than once," was just got me. Silver, wow, okay, you guys have been... Alright, I'm gonna scroll back down now and see what y'all saying down here, especially in America. Guns are a right, for sure. You be in Ocean City, what? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying, okay. Yeah. Felt bad breaking the chain of service for my dad. Recommended against unless I wanted to use it as a job program. I was decent at wrestling. Army was my black gap plan. Yeah, no, I feel it. I literally tried to get into the military myself, as that's what my family was. So, but yeah, they denied me on some bullshit, man. Absolute bullshit. All because of me having, and I wasn't even currently taking the medication, the only medication I'd ever taken in my life that I was put on for 80, you know, being too wild. And yeah, they said I couldn't be up in there, man. It was all good though, you know. Everything happens for a reason, you know what I mean? Nothing happens by coincidence. So maybe that saved my life in this lifetime, you know. You never know. Because at the same time, I already still had the background, and you know, I've always been, even not just my family, but I've always been around other military people and militant style people too. So, I mean, that's just always been a part of my life, and thank God that, you know, I fight for Christ. So, you know, we're here to slay these demons. You feel me? There's people out there that, you know, I'm just saying that, you know, there's got to be some warriors for the good side, because there's definitely warriors for the bad side. So it is what it is. We gotta slay these demons together. You know what I mean? And once we do, life on this planet will be incredibly more beautiful. What is coming? Most people, not people of this world, a lot of them aren't going to be able to really wrap your head around how different life's about to be coming up, and for a good change, finally. So as being not of this world, I've experienced homesickness for a place that I no longer fully remember, but having come from, know that it was much different than here, and is a cause of why a lot of the things of this world really has irritated and annoyed me for a very, very, very long time now. Yeah, I've got so much confirmation of this that it is incredible, but you know, it's just a job. It's just a job. You know, that's really the way I look at it. It's nothing. You know, it's all for Jesus. It's all for our infinite Creator, which is going to take us a long time to get reunited with. But you know, that's all good because we're going to have a taste of it with this fourth density. So this transformation from third density to fourth density is going to be nothing short of absolutely epic. I tell you, I cannot wait until we can communicate on a level where I don't even have to say anything. What telekinesis alone and the fact that, you know, on this level of consciousness, there will be no more lies. You feel me? We can literally read each other's mind. So we won't be able to just lie to each other. So that's a very exciting thing that comes out of this ascension. And, you know, as it even says in the Bible, probably in different language than what I'm about to speak, but there will be, you know, there will be bodies levitating. Like I said, I mean, everybody's going to be at a different level of fourth density like we are in third density. So, you know, who knows? Maybe by then I might be one of these levitating people. Who knows? I mean, so, but that's real. That's coming. That's been in over. This is all boils down to all this information has been shared with over 35 different ancient prophecies of our old ancestors who have been on this planet before us. So it's absolutely amazing that it's been rediscovered for us and put out as a level of importance of, you know, learning, because it comes with a message, and the message is extremely life-changing. You know, it really is. It's been I've had such a journey through this, such a journey. And, you know, that there's still, it's not over. So, yeah, I'm extremely excited. And, you know, that's why, this has been a, main topic of mine that I always keep coming back to, because, man, what it will feel like to have the energy of Christ himself. That's what we're looking at. This great awakening is really that. And that sounds worthy of a great awakening, to be able to be, you know. And the thing that I love about it too is that there's been multiple artists out there who have, I'm going to use one in particular, Zero. That song, Like Jesus, y'all should check that song out. Z-RO, Like Jesus. So write that down somewhere or something, man. Check that out, because that's some good stuff, you know. And just the thought of, living your life like Jesus is aligned to with what I'm doing, in my own sense. And there's many other people who are doing the same. So we're actually working together without even actually working together. So it's a beautiful, beautiful thing that's going on. And I'm just happy to be here. And I'm just so happy to get people prepared for this greatness that's to come, And let me, sorry, my comments is doing its thing again. It's always hit the like button, y'all. Yeah, thank you for sure, y'all. Definitely smash that like button. That'll always help reach our other selves out there. That's why that's important to me. It's not for me. It's for our other selves. So that's the way I always look at it, and that's the way I always, because for me to help people, I have to first help myself, and that's why this Christ consciousness message is actually is amazing, and it speaks about that of being of service to yourself and others. But the main teachings that are passed down from the Most High, the main teachings that we're looking at are being of at least 51% service to others. That's one. Two is being loving of yourself and everyone. And three is forgiving yourself and everyone. And just like that, you're in a different world. So once that happens on a collective level, nothing greater. This is the most exciting time that we could possibly be in. I mean, at least for another 25,000 years, roughly 26,000 years. It's actually closer to 26, and that's roughly, but yeah, so it was now or never situation. And, all this fear that they're pumping out is nothing more than just fear, and that's backed by Archangel Michael. That's backed by actual contact with Archangel Michael that David Wilcock has been writing books about. So extremely amazing. We had an event that already happened. There was an event that already happened, and I'm trying to remember all the details about it. It was somewhere around like 2009. I think it was somewhere around 2009. And humanity was being looked at on whether we forgave someone or not. And enough of us had forgiven this person, thus releasing karma, letting it go, thus letting us have a positive ascension. So this is already laid out. That's why, have you all ever heard of the musician Zante? Zante even said that, and Spirit of Truth as well. Have you ever heard of Spirit of Truth? Spirit of Truth has some really cool music for y'all to check out. And yeah, they both said that. I got a little off topic there. I mean, a little my mind. I need some more coffee. I need some more lubricant. That'll help me remember what I was just party to say. Because it is that time of night, yo. It's getting late. I usually don't stay up this late, but sometimes I do. So sometimes I do. It's all good. But, you know, for the most part, I usually go to bed at a decent time. And then I wake up pretty early. But regardless, I wake up pretty early anyways. Like, depending on when I go to bed. But still, like, the latest I can really sleep is like 9 a.m. Otherwise, it's funny because sometimes, since it's wintertime right now, and it gets dark literally by 5 p.m., I sometimes go to bed by like 8 and then wake up at like 2, 3 in the morning or something. And then a lot of times I end up just being awake for the rest of the day at that point. Sometimes I'll try to like take like maybe an hour nap at the most after that. But yeah, I don't need a whole lot of sleep. I don't expect a long life, but I'm grateful for all of you. So, you know, I'm grateful for all of you too. I'm going to start by saying that. And then I'm going to also say, though, is that from the time I was a kid, probably by like 7 years old, trying to keep it as realistic as my memory can go back then, probably about by 7 years old, that topic had come up between me and some classmates, you know, out in the hall. And I was like, man, something weird's gonna happen to me, man. I'm gonna die by the time I'm like in my 30s. I don't know where that came from. That probably came from my past life experience, okay? Subconsciously. Because, you know, there's a difference between our subconscious mind and our conscious mind. So, subconsciously, you can know things that, you know, consciously, what? Like, but somebody asks you something that and you have no idea how you know, but you know, and it ends up being the truth. You know what I'm saying? That's amazing. And I have definitely you know, one thing I will share is that I didn't really want to in this particular live stream, but I'm going to anyways, is that when I was a kid, I knew that from the first time somebody brought it up, I knew that Tupac was still alive. And they were like, what? And I'm like, yeah, no, what do you mean, what? You don't know? Tupac's still alive. He faked his death. That was all set up. Okay, I knew this by around that same time, like 7 years old, is when I first heard of somebody talking about it. And I'm like, no, what are you talking about? Well, yeah, come to find out that that's real. Tupac is actually still alive. So, yeah, there's that. And there's a whole... Okay, there was 2 Tupacs there that night at the fights. At the fights that night, there's 2 Tupacs. And the one that actually... So they walked right past each other right before Tupac beat up the dude. Right after that, you know, they got in a fight. And they walk right past each other. They switched characters. And Tupac won. gotten a similar BMW, very similar to the one that was shot up. This was actually caught on the footage outside of the motel, and I've actually seen this footage, and peeled off out of there, and bam, 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 fight happens. Second car rolls up, Tupac gets in that car, and then it gets shot up. It was all a staged event. This this life, you know, the people in the spotlight are characters. You know, it's all a staged event, most of it. You know, and certain characters, like, they literally play multiple different characters. Sometimes they're not just one person, and you know, there's a bunch of crazy stuff behind all this. But no, that's very true, and I have actually put in a mad amount of hours into researching the thing on Tupac, and yeah, no, confirmed. Yes, exactly. And I have content on that. Akil The MC, check him out. Yep. You can check him out right here on this channel, brother. I already have him up in my playlist section. There's almost 400 videos on Akil The MC up on my channel, yo. You might be probably one of them that's seen him, y'all. Same teeth, same nose. Yep. Elvis, exactly. Yeah, man. This world is, man, it's just a stage, bro. These people are so deceiving. It's so deceiving. So even though, like, yeah, I do fuck with the Akil The MC's music, because overall, a lot of the stuff he did, not all of it, some of it was just trying to make people wake up and realize who he was. He did it in this politician's double talk style. That's why, even, you know, that was ingrained into him, because he's seen that. He already knew the politician's double talk. He talked about that in interviews way back. So, you know, he already peeped all the game. He was already ahead of the game. Tupac was very, very smart, but, you know, I don't look up to him per se. I will say that, you know, that there is a part of him that does care about people, though, and you know, it's shown in his music. And you know, the reason why he faked his death was, you know, I really think because he wanted out of the control of the music industry, because, you know, major record companies would, you know, if you were involved with them, you had to stay within a certain perimeter of what you could speak about and how you could speak about it, type of shit. So he wanted out of that, and that's why, yeah, he had to. It was a big old plan involving Jurassic 5, which started before his death, just to try to make... He was so smart that he already knew the different avenues people were going to be following, and he tried to cover his ass the best he could. That's why in a lot of his interviews and stuff, like, he'll be like, "No, I'm not Tupac. I'm not Tupac. Y'all are crazy for thinking that." Like, yeah, okay, whatever, Pac. Yeah, it talks about how to successfully fake your own death. Yeah, I know. Yo, that's crazy. Yep, and you spelled it exactly how. Yep, I already know. That's what's up. Yeah, well, and you know, his family was actually part of the CIA. Like, they were involved with the CIA. And that's why he was able to get away clean with the whole thing. And that's some information I didn't really want to accept, to be 100% real. But yeah, the Black Panther Project was actually had CIA intentions behind it. Which, you know, if you think about it, kind of makes sense, because, you know, they were kind of stirring up a lot of racism type of shit, you know, so makes sense to me. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, The Art of War was pretty good. I liked studying into the art of war. That was cool. 'Cause, you know, he left so many clues behind. So many clues. It is so crazy that more people didn't put together these clues. Because, you know, he talked about it in several of his interviews. You know, all of his interviews and stuff left behind all these different clues. And so if you watch all of his interviews, you start to piece together this information and you're like, hold on. Hold on. That's how he literally deceived the masses. That is crazy. It's crazy to think about how many people fell for it when all the clues were there. And I really think that that has to do with why I was killed in my past life. Because me knowing now that I was in California in my past life. So I don't know. I'm not going to say, but I mean, I was born into this world knowing he was alive. Why? I don't know, though. I'm putting my hands up. I don't know. That's just speculation. I do know I was shot. So, I don't know. But yeah, no, he's doing well, though. He's doing well. Yeah, no, I still, you know, I still check up on him. I got to, somebody left his room, told Snoop he was up talking to his mom and doing fine. Yeah. Shoot to death. Right? Lack of evidence. Yeah. Well, not only that, his death certificate, had his completely wrong weight and everything, and parts of it were like blacked out, and then other parts that I think that it was like a bunch of sevens or something. Yeah, it was like some 3 sevens or. There were some sevens involved with it too, you know, up in the death certificate, and that were not blurred out while other parts were, something like that. Like there was way too much to it. And not only that, his height to begin with was faked. And that was confirmed by literally by a girl that really knew him. And was like, what are you talking about? Pac was short. He was like almost the same height as me type of shit. And yeah, the whole thing was crazy because he wore, you know, part of the stage that I'm talking about is, you know, he wore like raised heel shoes type of shit, like to make him look taller. So there's so much information behind all that. I'm glad that I brought that up, though, because the only reason I didn't want to bring it up is just because so many, you know, a lot of people out there aren't aware of this. And so if I even start speaking about it, the average person out there, which luckily y'all is not, but you know what I'm saying, if you know this stuff, you try to talk to the average person about it, and they be thinking you're like crazy on some shit. And it's like, no, you were just unfortunately still asleep. All the clues were out there. He left all the clues. It was really just up to you to put them together. That's the way I look at the situation. Because he said, as soon as y'all turn your back on me, I'm going to turn my back on y'all. We ain't have nothing to talk about. I'm going to go ahead and cut my nose up. He was literally like this. I'm going to go ahead and cut my nose up and bug out. You know what I'm saying? Like, as soon as y'all turn your back on me, I'm going to turn my back on y'all. We won't have nothing to talk about. Like, come on, people. Man, you know what I'm saying? So, anyways, just all... Yeah. That's a whole other topic. It's just like, you know, I'm not even mad. He gave the world hell and dipped out. For sure, right? Yeah, I ain't even mad neither. I ain't mad. I'm not mad because, you know, like I said, he dropped all the clues of what he was finna do. So, how can he be mad at that? You know what I'm saying? I mean, if he didn't leave any clues and did that, you know, it might be a little different. But no, he did try to warn people of his plan. So, and yeah, with the whole Machiavelli, exactly, you already know. Oh man, this coffee, I still haven't been able to drink that much of it because it's still really hot. I've literally drank like none of it so far because it's still so hot. All right. This coffee thermos thing I got, it works really good, really good. It's got one of them, you know, you can close the lid. It actually works really good. It's spill proof. Yeah. Oh yeah. Gotta love French pressed coffee. I swear that just, I could never, I haven't been able to really do the normal coffee makers after that. Like, I've literally been using a French press ever since. So, just to spark a little, you know, if y'all ain't ever tried a French press, give it a try one time. You can get them pretty cheap too, like $20 or something. I think the one I got now, I might have paid a little bit more than that for, but I wanted to get a decent one. Yeah, and that's so funny, yo. I've met so many people that love their instant coffee. I have. So I mean, it's funny. It's and I don't mind it, to be honest. Like, I don't mind it at all. I don't mind instant coffee, but for what it was with me is when I was last renting a house and I had got that French press, I was drinking on, have you ever heard of the coffee company Javalia? So I was drinking on Javalia Costa Rican. It was the Costa Rica blend, and man, that was fire. That stuff was so fire when you put it up in a French press. Oof, yeah, Javalia is my probably my favorite brand of coffee, and that comes like out of Sweden, I believe. Well, so actually, it comes out of different parts. Some of it comes from Sweden, some of it comes from Guatemala, some of it, like, yeah, Javalia is nice. No, just basic for post-secondary. North, did you? Oh, North, yeah, okay. Everyone asks why, and I don't know, it reminds me of the Army, I guess. I'm gonna see what y'all up to. Oh yeah, I read that. Okay, I'm caught up. Wait, Please don't forget to reach out to those you haven't heard from in a while. The holiday season can be a very difficult time for many people. Remember, you may save a loved one's life by reaching out. Yeah, true that Sizzle Moon song. Yeah, for sure. Much love too. I've said that since the day it happened. Yeah, that's crazy. Exactly. All right, so yeah, I'm pretty much caught up on the comments, I think. Yeah. All right. I just like to try to keep a little up to date with y'all. Usually I'm doing a much better job at it, but yeah, I cannot wait to get a computer. Once I get a computer up in here, I'll be doing way better. Way better. I've been able to do all this with just my phone. So I am very thankful for that. Ooh, and this coffee is hitting right. And when Army. And yes, thank you for your service for sure. And sacrifice. Nice. Yeah. Much love, y'all. Much love. And yeah, it's so cool that, my family came from it too. On both sides even. Like crazy. And even man, my great grandma was even making bullets for the wars, I don't remember which, that must have been what war was that? World War God damn, cause she was old. I'm trying to think. Like, yo. Cause right now she'd be over 100 if she was alive right now. So where you at? My dad just got a new one. Okay. Yeah, I'm in oh shiz. My light finally died, Joe. That's crazy. This light hardly ever dies. And it finally died. Hold on. I'm in Oregon. Can I? Oh, hey, I can do that though. That's kind of interesting, but I gotta plug this light in real quick. I haven't charged it in a couple days because it literally lost a couple days of me using it. But I have an extension cord here. I got everything I need to get this thing back on real quick. All right. Yeah. All right, y'all. I'm still good. I hope until I do something like that. Okay, it's all good. It's all good. We got light up in here. Now I just need to come back in here and grab everything I need. And yeah, out here is kind of where I normally be sitting anyways. But I was just, I don't know, sometimes I go back there, sometimes I come up here. It just all depends. Oh, I'm just super enjoying this coffee right now. I'm trying to get it. Man, it's cold out, you know what I mean? It's 1:33 in the morning. Let me see what y'all saying. Oh, he's 19. Dang, a brother in Ukraine. That's crazy. I've met someone from Ukraine. But yeah, so I'm in Oregon. What's good, OMG Doobie? Sorry, bro, I didn't even see you up in here. Bro, my comments have been going mad, dog, crazy. Yo, OMG Doobie's up in here, yo. Was the OMG Doobie still up in here? I'm gonna say that a couple times, yo, bro. What's good? Sorry, it's been a night, bro. I've had my phone die. I've had my light die now. We've been going for 4.5 hours now, bro. Like, it's going good. It's going good. I'm drinking some coffee, just waking back up. So, yeah, if OMG Doobie's still up in here, man, check out his music too. OMG Doobie has some cool music, yo. If y'all ever heard of OMG Doobie, check him out. I've made some music shorts of his, so. And this light, I gotta do something different with it. Alright, let's see if that's better. It's a little bit, but I normally would have it somewhere else, but I don't want to plug in that cord right now. Because it's a long cord, and I don't want to, yeah. And it's starting to wear out. I need a new long cord. Greetings, first-time viewer, fellow vet. First-time camper life, too. Oh, what's good? What's good, Sage? What's good, bro? We were actually just saying Akil The MC is actually Tupac, and yeah, that's for real. And I do have content on my channel here about that, bro. I'm on, man, I'm on the good stuff, yo. Yeah, that's why we vibing like this. We got 8 people up in here still after 4.5 hours. You know what I'm saying? We vibing up in here, talking about God and, you know, higher density beings and Christ consciousness, all kinds of good stuff. It is legal to fake your death in Nevada too. What? I've never heard that part of the story, bro. I've heard like everything around this, but I have not heard that. That's amazing. But yeah, no, I've full out made videos about this myself on this channel. And they weren't very good production because I don't have the proper stuff right now. But I will someday soon. Someday soon, I'm going to get a good computer and everything and not just be limited to my phone right now. But came to the right place then, for sure, bro, for sure. Yeah, like and subscribe will help us reach, you know, help this content reach our other selves out there too, because, you know, we creating unity in here right now. That's really what time I'm on, is, you know, I'm trying to bring us all together, because, man, divided we will fall, and I don't want to see us fall. I don't, you know, so, and I know we're not going to, so we got to just get past this, and, you know, the more we come together, the more it'll happen. The faster, I should say, the faster, because, yo, I'm about making things happen. Like, let's go. In Virginia, you don't have to report a body of someone that dies in a natural way. Wow. Well, you know, in Montana, you might just not get reported. Type stuff. I mean, regardless of how. And that's even been done by the Popo type. Oh, Montana's crazy. Plus, you don't want to go out into certain mountains, yo. You'll see like some human trafficking type stuff going on, and yo, it's wild out there. Sweet. Oh yeah, we got the comments coming in good now. What's up? Sweet. I'll have to check them out. I'm needing a computer to break away from the little black mirror too. Bets can get a discount on a MacBook Pro for turns. Dang. Yeah, no, I feel it, yo. I really need a computer. These laws seem lax until you reach rural Canada. Yeah, no, I know, man. Canada's got definitely more control, from what I've heard, than America has. And you know, like a lot of the East Coast, you know, that they're still on the amendment rights. Speaking of, that I have not very good copy of right here, but at least it's something. It's probably upside down too. That's you know what I'm saying. I got that. It's something, you know. It's more than the average citizen even has nowadays. And hopefully I can get an even better one, because this is garbage. But at least I got something. Yeah, no, I've heard that. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've definitely heard that about Canada, that you can't even defend from a... That's wild, bro. That's wild. Like, where I'm from, you're encouraged to. Literally, where I'm from, you're encouraged to defend your home and your property. Dang, gonna take your knives even? That's wild. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it's wild, because I mean, we do need the right to defend ourselves, period. You know? Ain't no evil forces taking us out. You know what I mean? That's why they want to. That's why they want to de-arm everyone. But man, their plan, it ain't all gonna work. And there's luckily there are there are galactic beings out there who have our best interest at heart, and they've actually went as far as making the nukes unable to launch. The nuclear weapons, they've jammed those. Those don't work anymore. That's just a bunch of fear porn, for real. The higher density beings out there that want to keep this planet alive aren't going to let anything super fucked up happen. So that's part of the real. That's part of the real. There's a thing called a Galactic Federation. There's many different good beings out there. Many different. In fact, here's the type of outnumbered it is. So it was recorded back in like the 1950s. This was common knowledge inside of a certain group that there were only 6 different civilizations out there in the universe that were negative. Well, there were 53 different civilizations out there in the universe that are positive. And that is how far the good outweighs the evil. So I wanted to bring that up, because that's information that's been kept secret since the 50s. Yeah, no, there are far. In fact, most of the negative entities or civilizations or whatever you want to refer to them as, most have literally been pushed to the outer limits of the universe. Like I said, there's been a war going on between good and evil, and yeah, good's been winning. Good's been winning, but there's they're not defeated yet or nothing. But I'm just saying that it's not all as doom and gloom as it seems. And as soon as the powers that be are finished taken down, which this is part of a process that involves secret parts of the military and the Galactic Federation, which are other beings out there who literally are like the ones that stop the nuclear weapons from being a threat. Because, yeah, they can't have this planet destroyed. And not only that, there's a whole underground world here. They've been, so some top secret information about Atlantis. So Atlantis was a civilization that many of you probably know. Well, they have been drilling down in Antarctica, and there's been some misinformation that's trying to say that it was like in Egypt or something, but no, that they have found it underneath the ice of Antarctica, and they've already uncovered a part of the city. So, and that was intel from quite some time ago now. So, yeah, David Wilcock and Corey Good had multiple videos on Antarctica and all the things going on down there, and literal portal. There's a portal there in Antarctica, and it's been tampered with on Google Maps. They made sure that you couldn't figure that out on Google Maps anymore. But yeah, I'm gonna look and see what up here in Canada, it's a criminal charge to refuse a breath test. Dang. Yeah, well, I've had you can't really refuse that too much. I mean, well, I'm trying to think, because maybe it might have been just because I was on probation. I was trying to think for a second, but yeah, anyways, I don't have any DUIs, thank God. They tried to get me twice, though. And the first time, I blew a .06. And then I ended up leaving that town. And then, like, years later, I ended up living in that town again for a short little time, because I hit some black ice while driving. I hit some black ice that, well, while driving a 300 horsepower car, rear-wheel drive, where I was just having a little bit of fun on the snow. But while I was having fun on the snow, it turned into black ice on me, and I was getting a little carried away. And I'm a really good driver. I mean, I grew up driving in Montana in the snow. So, but if you all of a sudden hit black ice There's nothing you're going to be able to do about it depending on how fast your wheels are spinning. Because I had just hit second gear in a dual overhead cam V8 car that slapped 7,000 RPMs out of a V8, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, when I hit second gear, I hit that black ice and instantly shot up to like 100 miles an hour, the tires, and right when I happened to hit the black ice. So the rest was pretty much history, real quick. The ass end of the car passed me before I even knew that I hit black ice yet. Like, that's how fast that happened under some acceleration. It was intense. And, but yeah, anyways, I ended up blowing under the legal limit again. And then they tried to get me because I was smoking weed. And your boy wasn't going to take the charge. And I beat the case. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And I beat that case, man. Because I got my attorney to even be like, no, this is complete bullshit. He literally hit black ice. You could see it. You could see it in his tire marks leaving the place that he left. Like, you could totally see where he hit the black ice. Case closed. Like, come on. Yeah. Right, my saying is we're a free country with a lot of rules. Yeah, no, I feel that. This country doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, that's different. Oops. See what y'all saying. You're busted. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you'll test positive even if you smoked or consumed a day before. Damn, a blood test back at the station. Not sure about their admission ago. A cop on to damn. I'm just catching up with see what y'all saying. Did canine training on NC2. I love it there. Oh, okay. North Carolina. That's what's up. I own 15 acres of land in North Carolina. Oh, dope, bro. That's what's up. I only got 2.5 here in Oregon, but I mean, it's a start. It's a start. I'm 32 now, and so I'm just trying to start somewhere, and definitely didn't come from money, so I'm just giving it what I got right now, and but yeah, that's what's up. 15 acres would be really dope. Cause yeah, I can hunt, and I can shoot guns out on my land. I can do anything I want out on my land. That's what's nice about where I got land is I actually do have freedom. Like I used to bust my shotgun off all the time, right outside my window. Like I would just open my window and start shooting, like type stuff. I had targets set up, Yeah, I love the freedom of our Constitution, and that's why I stand up about it. And I let people know that we need to stand up about this Constitution because this is important, very important. So many people who even move here from other countries, let alone people who are from here, don't even understand the importance of the Constitution. Mine's falling apart. I need a new one. I'm gonna have to get a new one. And I want a better one anyways. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? These amendment rights right here. That's if we lose those amendments, which they're already trying to take and stuff, so like really trying to take, they just recently deleted. I'm pretty sure it was like the First Amendment. I'm pretty sure, like, on their website, it's down. I don't know if it's back up yet. The last I heard, the First Amendment right was no longer, and they tried to say it was just whatever, but still, that's a little concerning. So, got to keep the Constitution on you, no matter what size. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't go anywhere without one. As a U.S. citizen, I don't go anywhere without my Constitution. If I go anywhere, yeah, I gotta have this. Just because that's like, I've been in a lot of situations throughout my life, and I actually need to sue California. Does anybody know a good lawyer? Does anybody know a good lawyer that would sue the state of California? The police department in Redding, to be particular. Say 100% violated my rights. And really fucked up my dog and my life there for a little while just because of some shit they did. So, yeah, I need to find a lawyer to help me with this shit, man, because it could be a pretty big payout, actually. And so let me come back down here. I was busy scrolling again. Keep your rights, yeah, for sure. Supposedly the feds granted China admitted domain over California to pay U.S. tax. What the fuck? Yeah, man, I all I can say is, man, I would not go back to California. Bottom of the Constitution states that these are the law and cannot be restricted or changed. At the bottom of the Constitution. Yes. But it's barely visible. I need to get a new one. But yes, it does say that. Constitutional Republic is making a comeback, it seems. We were always a constitutional republic, not a democracy. Amen. Amen. We are making a comeback. We are making a comeback. Thank God that I'm one that is alive from 93 in this life. You know, I'm an old soul. I've been here before. But in this life, I was born in 93. And so, yeah, I'm here standing up for the real. Nothing besides hunting rifles. Dang. Yeah, but hey, never underestimate a hunting rifle, though. Especially if that's all you got. You know you're going to be good with that. Hunting rifle can put a stop to a lot of things, and from a distance, which distance is important. Had 11 stolen. Dang, yeah, I know. I've had some stolen, but that's because I wasn't really supposed to have them. I'm not really still supposed to. Yeah, they are ridiculous. They are ridiculous. You know, the thing about gun restrictions is Whether they have them or not, whoever wants to get their hands on a gun is going to figure out a way to get their hands on a gun. Period. So, I mean, especially in America. Come on, they're everywhere. So, yeah, gun restrictions are ridiculous. I started with 5. You're doing good. Yeah, I'm just reading what y'all was saying. I even have a concealed carry license, but every state is different. Yeah, that's what's up. We are viewed as wards of the court once we accept an attorney. Corporate policies, legislatives, procedures, and mandates are not equivalent to laws. It's a matter of jurisdiction. Worked for a couple different attorneys after my army. Alright. Okay, now I think pretty much back up to where I was. Not out there, man. There are some good sources of court information on Insta. It's hard to get attorneys to actually defend your rights at all. Yeah, I know. That's what I was asking. You know what I'm saying? Just because I'm like, man, hopefully maybe somebody in here knows somebody that might be able to help. But yeah, I don't go to the doctors, so I feel that comment completely. You know, my great grandpa never went to the doctor either. He was one that would tape himself back together before going to the doctor. I got my head split open one time. I seen my skull, and I still didn't go to the hospital. Nah. Whoa, my thing that was really weird. My phone just like disconnected for a second. That was weird. Forefathers knew this was coming and defended y'all. Yeah, oh yeah. That's why we gotta keep it alive. We gotta keep it alive. We can't let this Constitution die at all. And that's why we need to get unity going on. This is very important. We gotta get enough people that want to come stand together and peacefully assemble against our government. That's in our constitutional rights. That's actually in the First Amendment. So, okay. Yes, let's outlaw for you. No, we're not talking about. No, we're talking about. We gotta peacefully gather though, because and with the Constitution in our hands, all of us, because we can point right there to it and be like, no, this is our right. This is our right. Is to peacefully assemble against the government and with grievances. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. We definitely never should have let the government oversee our education system. So yeah, the education system is sad. Surprised it took them long to start messing with the stream. Yeah, I know, right? For real. That's funny. That's funny for real. Because yeah, I know I be having stuff like they're draining the battery on my phone right now. It was just at like 20%, and then now it's down all the way down to 4% right now. So I'm gonna have to plug it back in a second. But yeah, they are doing what they can, and you know normally my phone battery lasts a lot longer than that. So yeah, there's definitely something going on there. They do not like this gathering. They do not like this gathering, but we love it. We love it because, you know, we all are seeing the same way. And that's a beautiful thing. That's a very beautiful thing. And I'm thankful for this communication right here. Alright, so let me see. Yeah, I've got some stories about what Leos do to veterans who gather peacefully. That was a different time, though. Yeah, exactly. Times are changing now, and it's now or never, folks. Like, our window of doing this is closing rapidly. So this isn't something that can be far off. We got to act on it. You feel me? So make sure to subscribe, and we'll stay in touch. And I do have a Discord. Who in here has a Discord? Let me know. Let me know. And if y'all have a Discord, you can add me at Trildill93. TRILLDILL 93. So yeah, word. Hit me up on Discord too, so we can stay in contact. You feel me? Because this is what that's what my mission is right here. Well, I got all kinds of missions going on, but you know we're standing up for what's right. And that's what matters. Is we have the courage to stand up for what's right. Amen on that, because fortunately everyone doesn't have that courage. So we gotta be strong. We gotta be really strong during these times. Oh man, that coffee's so good. I hardly use Discord since the new user agreements, but I may check it out. Yeah, no, I feel it, but yo, I connect all the way from here to Denmark on Discord. You know, me and one of my good friends who's on a mission as well, and it actually involves the same type of it involves a solar event. So his mission is entirely on the solar event, where mine's here and there and there and there, because that's just who I am, I guess. So, you know, we're all here for different missions, but yes, I'm definitely, that's got my full attention, is the solar event. But yeah, anyways, we connect on Discord, and it's the only way of like being able to call and FaceTime from here to Denmark, you know, Oregon to Denmark, without instantly being like, okay, so here's the thing, because we talk about this type of information and really the solar event, which on other apps we tried to talk on, they were tapping into our conversation repeatedly. We could literally not have a conversation on any other app besides Discord. Discord is the only app that has allowed me and my friend in Denmark to communicate about all these sensitive topics. So just to let y'all know, it's still decent. It's still a decent platform. Whether they're listening or not, whatever, fuck them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, unfortunately, you know what I mean? We just got, you know, if they want to see what's going on, they're going to see what's going on. Eyes are everywhere. Eyes are in the sky. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, you know. But for me, I've had really good luck on Discord. Very minimal. I don't think we've really... The most that ever happens is his like Wi-Fi connection gets a little weak sometimes, and it kind of distorts our video and whatnot. But other than that, it's we haven't really had too much. No, not really. I did have one problem when I tried to save some pictures that he had sent me about, well, really about higher density beings. He had a whole list of different ones and stuff, and whether they were good or bad and all different things, right? And I tried to put those photos out of Discord and into a safe folder, and immediately when I did that, all these different photos got linked together and thrown into a folder, and then question came up in the folder and was trying to compare if this content came from this person. And although I've already mentioned this person in here, I'll just say Corey. And I said, no, this content was not created by this person. No, it asked me for every single picture. I'm like, oh, fuck, bro. So yeah, no, that's how real this information is. It literally, that was a scary like, oh shit moment. So I suggest leaving sensitive stuff in Discord, not trying to export it out of Discord. Just let y'all know out of personal experience with that. Oh yeah, they're definitely watching now. That's what I was saying. You know what I mean? So, you know, and it is what it is. But you know, I mean, there's really no way around that. So, you know, and then they've been watching us since at least the 90s. They've been watching us since at least the 90s. That's when they started to use different satellite images for breaking up different gang gatherings. So, yeah, no, they've been watching us for a long time in many different ways, you know what I mean? And like I said before, fuck them. Because, you know, it's never going to stop us from gathering. It's never going to stop us from speaking. And that's what's real. That's what's real, you know. So, yeah, they can go ahead and listen in to the end of their whole reign on this planet, because that's what's coming. Their reign on this planet is coming to an end right now. So they're trying to push as much disinformation as they can. They're trying to make people fear as much as they can, because that's part of some of the negative beings out there, is they literally live off of our fear. That's their food. So that's very real information, and those same beings are part of what the original bloodline of what they are. So yeah, it's and that's one of the ways they've used our co-creative abilities against ourselves for far too long now. Far too long now. So it's time that we shut that down. You know what I mean? We all have these abilities that we're not even aware of. And so I've been tapping into it to the point of, I can't stop talking about this type of stuff because times are changing fast. We've this mass consciousness is directly affected by every one of us speaking about all these things. So the more we continue to do so, the more it affects the mass consciousness. So this live stream right here affects more than just who's here. And so that's amazing. That's amazing. And actually there's been studies that if you can get 7,000 people all meditating at the same time, it has a huge impact on the mass consciousness. So that's a goal. What if we could get, because see, even if David can push in 3,500, and if I can get in 3,500, let's go. Then we got 7,000 people. I would love to, I love to do meditations. So, meditation really, especially after a really good live stream, like at the end of it, if you do a meditation, if you do a real good meditation, you'll just start receiving all these downloads, and it's really amazing. It's really amazing. I love it. I actually wrote down on my table right here what came to me from my last meditation. And literally, it was only 4 words. What came to me during the last meditation was only 4 words. We got peace, love, and global connection. That's the 4 words that came to me during my last meditation while doing a live stream. So that's very powerful, Power of meditation is very great. Very great. Yeah, I'm still drinking on this coffee. I'm getting close to finishing it now. No, that was all just steam. There's still like half a cup of coffee left. That's what's up. And yeah, much love, everyone. Much love, everyone that is here right now. We are creating something more than we can even imagine right now. And that's beautiful, We want to just keep heading in the right direction, regardless of where they're trying to send us mentally during these times. The spiritual war we're going through right now, And it's full of ups and downs, but the more that you can remain positive through it, it's like retraining your mind to just stay positive. And even when negativity comes up, you can learn to just laugh at it instead. Maybe even in a respectful way, not in a hateful way. Because there's a difference between laughing at something in a hateful way and a respectful way. So that's how I personally deal with most all negativity that comes my way. And just the other day, this happened again, right? I'm outside with my dog, and somebody comes up and's like, okay, I've never even seen this person ever, and I have no idea. Well, I don't know about ever, actually. Let me back up. I don't know about ever, but I've never seen this person in this life. Okay. But anyways, came up to me and was just like yelling at me and wasn't making any sense. But he was like saying I took something. I'm like, bro, what the fuck is this crackhead talking about? And he's just like going off and, oh my God, and I'm like, bro, I don't even know who you are or anything. And I'm not a thief. Like, I have no idea what you're even but he's just going off and saying how he's gonna beat my ass and this and that. And I'm just like trying not to fully bust out laughing. I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not going to, bro. You straight. And then like he would try to get all like serious again because I was laughing. And I just continued to laugh a bit and send him on his way. And you know, Joker style. Like, bro, you don't want no smoke with this, bro. Just keep it moving. I'm laughing. I'm gonna remain in the positive mood. And I know that you ain't gonna put your hands on me. Cause otherwise you probably would have done it already. So what's good? You know what I'm saying? But anyways, this was just some person that I don't even know what they were on. Probably mistake me for somebody else. Is my guess. And they thought that I was this. Who even knows? I don't know what they was on, but yeah, he was all talking about beating my ass the other day, and I was like, bro, you ain't about to do shit. And it was funny though, because somebody who seen the situation pulled over and was about to be on my side anyways. And I'm just like, man, I ain't even worried, bro. I ain't even worried at all about this dude, bro. Like, because I just don't. I don't fear no man. You know, I fear the only fear that is in me is not even fear anymore. But it was at one point of realizing that the person to judge ourself is ourself. You know what I mean? Look at ourself through God's vision, and you know that's our ultimate judge is ourself. So yeah, learning that was a great thing. Very, very great thing to learn. That because it used to be told that God's the only one that can judge us, which is true. The God within ourselves is the only one that can judge us. So that's really what it is, because we all have this infinite creator within ourselves. Because we're made of what the universe is made out of, which is love and light. And once people realize it, and see, some people have just been so negative for so long that they're never gonna see that. They're unfortunately they're never going to, at least not in this life. At least not in this life. They're not going to pull out of that, and those people will be relocated. I kind of thought I had a spark of interest that was thinking maybe wishful thinking, maybe, but that Three Eye Atlas would come and pick some of these demons out of here, because my source tells me that they will the worst of the worst people here will be relocated before the solar event. Like, they're not going to be able to exist under Christ consciousness on this planet. They won't be able to exist. The third density thinking is what they're on, and it can't exist here after this. So I don't exactly know, but some other people were talking about it too, about Three Eye Atlas should come, and I think they were just kind of joking around, but still they were saying, Three Eye Atlas is coming to round up the Illuminati. I'm like, bro, I mean, anything's possible. We don't know. It could be just a comment. At the same time, I don't know. I'm not going to believe it's just a comment. Unless, like, they can, like, for real prove that somehow. Because so much of the speculation on it points that it's not. The behavior of it is not. So how can the behavior of it not be if it is? What kind of sense does that make? You feel me? I'm trying to, like, put that together. Hold on. If it does not behave like a comment, then they're already here. I was disappointed with 3. Yeah, I want to respect all, fear none. Fear no man. Every man is afraid, right? The words to live by, DC. Yeah, for sure, y'all. I'm reading what y'all saying here real quick. Hate never wins. Absolutely not. For sure. That's why how to respond to hate is with some form of love, or at least not with hate. Don't try to respond to hate with hate. You can, like I said, try to respectfully laugh at it, and it'll get it'll leave. It'll leave. There's ways to laugh and scare away hate without hate. So I've learned to do this myself with Ghost, literally. Wow, yo, this is what's up. There's so many comments up in here. I'm trying to see where the last one that I left off seeing was. Yeah. That's what's up. That's funny. I'm probably on every conspiracy list they have. Well, you know the funny thing about conspiracy or real is, the difference of like a few months or whatever. Look out. Nice. Okay, I'll check that out too. Alien captain, no intelligent life here. Alien navigator, but sir, they have nukes. Alien captain, but yeah, but they have them pointed at each other. Yeah, for real. And they don't even work anymore. They think they have this power, or maybe they probably realize by now when they're just still playing it off as they have this power, when that's been taken away. That privilege has already been gone. There are higher density beings out there that have way advanced technology. Way advanced. Our little nuclear things are just a thought. First they call you crazy, then they call you for advice. Yeah, for real. For real. I know, that's why, it was like, my family tried to tell me that, I needed to see, counseling for my views, basically. That's exactly how I responded to that, is I'm like, you don't understand. I've been on this path for so long now that I guarantee you this so-called counselor, whatever, is going to be asking me for advice by the end of it. Guarantee you. Because I'm going to break down whatever they're trying to spit out real fast. So yeah, I just laughed at that, and because it's like, just because you want to stay asleep and not see anything real at all, and just want to hold on to these old ideas that you were programmed with, does not make me crazy. It kind of makes you crazy that you're just like, man, that so much evidence is stacked up. So much evidence is stacked up now. So much that literally to deny it all. My question is, do they even have control over their consciousness? These people that are so shut off to the real, do they even have full control over their consciousness anymore? That's kind of a question. Like, because I swear some people are so, not all, but there's been multiple that I've even met that I really questioned if they had any control over their own consciousness. So, you know what I mean? This is a crazy time we're in right now. 3-Eye Atlas was aliens. They rolled up their windows and knew they were in the wrong neighborhood. Right? One thing that helps me to remind myself of is the scripture, "Don't ask the address," which speaks about not seeking to remove the speck out of a neighbor's eye when one still has a lot in their own. A lot. That's a good question. Yeah, for real. Coherence is key. Yeah, exactly. But don't forget who? It's not going to be through nuclear destruction. And the things that will catch on fire are from this solar event is going to fry a lot of electronics. So, but it's not going to be a catastrophic event. As far as there's some sources out there, Archangel Michael is one. The recent contact that David Wilcock has had with Archangel Michael says that we're actually not looking at catastrophic times. And that's what I had said earlier. That was based off of our karma. And we didn't know when we were being judged about it. But it ended up we were being judged about it years ago. Like around the year of 2009. I'm having a hard time remembering what exact year it was. But around the year of 2009. Hey, what's good, everyone? It's good. Sorry, my phone died again. Got my light and my phone plugged in. Either one's gonna die now. Yeah, they keep killing my phone battery. I have to keep plugging it in. It's not I had a almost full I had a basically fully charged phone, which should have lasted a really long time with this phone. And yeah, they've one of the ways that they like to tamper with this is to cut off make your phone die like really, really fast. It's really weird. But yeah, I have now, and so It's wild. It's wild. That's what typically happens. I've had my phone shut off before, even with battery still on it, like while doing a live stream. I plugged it in, and it said that I still had 20% battery left. It completely shut off. I had to re-dump into the live stream like this. I'm like, they're really tampering with it. Look at this, yo. My screen just like froze. Okay, I have full 5G service right now. Full 5G. There's no reason my phone should be doing this, yo. It's wild. It's wild. But yeah, thank you all very much for all the likes to help reach our other selves out there. And for the subscribers, that's amazing. Let's build this community. Let's go. I'm extremely excited for what is ahead. And 2026 is going to be the best year that we've had in a really long time. And 2025 has been very rocky. But ultimately, it's been a good year. You know, the more we go through makes us stronger. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger. Therefore, literally just everything that we go through is building us stronger and stronger. Where it can't break us. And they're realizing this. They're realizing this. There are souls out here that we cannot be broken. We cannot be programmed. You know, we aren't the puppets of this world. So it's amazing. It's amazing. And so, you know, they can keep tampering with my phone battery and shutting it off sometimes when it has battery still. And, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. The more people we build by smashing that like button, that's all it takes. Just get more people up in here seeing what's actually going on. And yo, we're gonna create some unity. Even if it's just on consciousness, mass consciousness level. That's what this is about. Because the more and more people that come into the truth, it's going to cause unity. Once people realize that we don't need to be divided, that actually if we come together, we can overthrow the system. Then a couple days, 2-3 days, I think. 2-3 days. If enough people. So here's a known fact. If enough people decided that they weren't going to show up on the same day, by like the third day, that would be it. That would be it. That's really all it takes. Is enough people to be like, okay, we are literally not going to keep participating in this game. That's literally one way alone that could tip the whole system. So what are all these rich folk gonna do when there are people who are just getting crumbs decide to stop show up? They're gonna freak out. They're gonna freak out. It's because way without having a collective gathering. And that's really one way without actually, having a physical gathering. But, that's a far shot, and that's just one of the ways that it would take to end this. But I think we're gonna, that relies on too many people. I don't know, like a gathering, a peaceful gathering would be the best way to go. And we better stand on that while we still have that constitutional right. Because they are literally trying to erase that right. Because they know. They know why else is it trying to take away the majority of our First Amendment rights. You know what I mean? So that's what keeps me motivated to keep practicing freedom of speech. We cannot let them make us stop talking. And they've tried. Oh boy, have they tried. When I first got into this, so many different aspects of my life tried to cave in on me. It was insane. It was really insane. Family, everything. That was a hard part to make it through. Like the initial phase of doing this, and I mean, for instance, David Wilcock has literally had like life-threatening events. So has Corey Good, and yeah, it actually caused David Wilcock to like get a divorce because things were so crazy. So yeah, the attack's very real, but they don't really necessarily do it in the physical sense anymore. Like they used to just kill us for talking about what they don't want us talking about. But those days were too publicly noticed for that to happen. So for the most part, there still are occasions like Charlie, rest in peace, but it is what it is, and to me that's a no-brainer sacrifice that I'm willing to take. I'm not even worried. I don't have no kids. I'm single, so that's why I need to stay single path right now. And unless the right one was to come around and want to add to this instead of take, because most girls want to shut this down rather than add to it. And if you ain't adding to it, then what I'm saying, I don't have time for it, because this mission is very important. And there are many of us who have dedicated our life to this. So that is what it is. Once you wake up and see the light, you can't unsee it. And if you try to pretend and go back to the old ways, which I've even personally done, so I know it doesn't work. It doesn't work, and I didn't try to go to the old ways. I actually got pulled into it because of that ex situation, which was very bad. But yeah, so I've seen all different angles of what they try to do, and it's not going to work. Yeah, we just on this path now. 21 likes here, yeah. Could be lagging with audio in two different timelines. Watches 32 likes. Scroll back to 22. Yeah, I know. Yeah, they tamper with how many people are in here. That number's not accurate. My likes are never accurate, and even comments sometimes don't even show up. Like, it's crazy. And there's been times where, okay, so there's been times when I first started really doing a lot of live streams, is what they would do is they would shut off my comments. I'd be all waiting and thinking nobody's in here and say I have 0 people, but actually there was people in here. And it's been wild. This has been a wild journey, but I am so glad that it's starting to catch some traction now, because, man, I've been working hard on this, and you know, it's been crazy how many times I have been up in here, and then come to find, like, just when I start a live stream, I'll be waiting, you know, I'll be kind of just chatting around a little bit, but waiting for people to come up in here. And yeah, it'll show I have 0 people for like a long time. And then finally, once enough people have commented, then that's when it'll show me I have people. And then all of a sudden the comments will come in, and it's like, really? Okay. So yeah, that's happened quite a few times. So yeah, no, there's all different kinds of ways that they are doing some crazy stuff. Connection is so bad. Dang, I can't hear you. That's crazy. I have full 5G service right now. Yeah, I got good service. So it's definitely not oops. And now this thing's tripping out, and it doesn't even want me to there we go. I had to. Gotta go, y'all. I'll be looking for you to come over to Music Without Borders, DC. Everyone is welcome every day at 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I'll request music, so bring your favorites. All right. For sure, yo. Grateful to have found your channel, DC. You've got my info if we don't reconnect via this radio. Okay. Did you oh, okay, I'll check that out. All right, but yeah, hit me up on Discord too, y'all. I'm up on Discord at TrillDeal93, so you can always reach me there too. And yeah, I'm typically I'm starting to really do it at least 1 to 2 live streams a day. So I'm gonna hopefully keep on that, and I'm going to, because that's what's going on. There's no hopefully even about that. That's what I have set in my ways right now. Like, I'm not gonna stop showing up, because I've already done that before when times got too tough. And let me tell you, our creator wasn't very happy with that and let me know, and I got back to talking, and now my life is, you know, I'm happy and everything. So, you know, I know I'm on the right path, and they ain't shutting me up. So yeah, we're gonna build a nice community here, y'all, and just wait until the day comes when we the people take our rights back and take our sovereignty back. That's really important, is taking our sovereignty. Like, you know, we want to be free of any control. We don't want to be controlled at all. You know, life will be much more peaceful that way, when you ain't hanging survival above people's heads. You know, it's wild. It's wild that people even have to do a lot of the things that they do to survive. You know, that's wild. That it's like, you know, the treatment of people on this planet, you know, and with them trying to act like they're just going to replace us with freaking AI bots. You know, that was one of their big plans, is to replace humanity with AI. Like, bro, we got to create enough awareness about that too, because that's a big topic, and it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. AI will be destroyed by this solar event. Amen. Because AI takes thousands of years to reach places. AI comes from a planet far away from here. And it actually comes from the Draco beings. The Dracos are negative, higher density beings. So, but every time it gets destroyed. So, yeah, every time. The dinosaurs picked the wrong path. They wanted a technological ascension. And that's why most of them got wiped out. But there are what are known as reptilians are just survived dinosaurs. So yeah, there's multiple different types of different beings on and in this planet. So yeah, you know, we got some from Mars, we got survived dinosaurs, we got, you know, there's so much underground, there is so much underground on this planet. It would blow people's mind what's underground and what all lives underground. So that alone is a topic for another video. We've definitely got more to speak about. DC, I don't agree with everyone on anything, but you've got a kindred spirit here. Yeah. Just remember to keep your own cup full. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's part of you know, you gotta show up for yourself first, and then you can show up for others. That's part of being of service to yourself and everyone. And for height, yeah, for sure. That one-sidedness is whack, for real. Nice, nice. That's what's up. Nice. Love and respect from y'all from Virginia Beach. That's what's up, y'all. I'd be working the underground, no doubt. If I had maintained my... Did you try to say consciousness? The underground does greatly interest me. Yes, sir, they are, but family's family. Yeah. For sure, family is family. Let's see what else I missed. Trildill, yeah. Yeah, spelt just like that. Trildill 93. So just Trildill 93 is my Discord. Full service here too, yeah. And yeah, I still got full service. Like my my service hasn't changed at all, you know what I mean? Like I haven't moved at all. So they have just been tampering with this live stream, but it is all good. It's not the first time at all. Heck yeah, Sage. The mod in the channel. Everyone is welcome. Only channel you can hear Slipknot and Mozart back to back. That's funny, yo. Yeah, you've definitely got more to speak about for sure. All right, so yeah, I'm just checking through everything on here. We've had so many. How many comments do y'all think we've had? What's y'all guess of how many comments? Okay, cool. I got your friend request right now up on Discord. But yeah, how many comments do y'all think we've had up in here? I would say I don't even know because I haven't even seen all the comments on here. I know that I've seen a lot of them, but I probably haven't seen them all. I would guess there's like 700 comments on here. What's y'all guess? Oh, 93 at the end of Trildill. 5 to 800 since I've been here. Wow, and you came in like way late. So yeah, wow, this has probably pulled way over 1,000 comments. That's crazy. That is what's up. And it's nice to build, a community that likes to talk with each other. That's always cool too. And that's something that David Woodcock has built as well. So yeah, it's good. It's so good to be seeing this. It's so good to be seeing this. Just everything. And yeah, let me see what else. Grateful to have found your channel. Yeah, I'm grateful you did too, yo. For real. Much love for everyone, yo. Yeah, I'm thankful for YouTube overall as well. It's been a significant gift in my life. Yeah, for sure. Of course, they've profited from my priceless presence, though. Far from truly reciprocal. Real, I'm not. I didn't see what that word is. It is what it is. But yeah, yo, and I have had YouTube Premium for years now. No matter what, I always figure out how to pay my YouTube Premium because I cannot be without my YouTube Premium. Because when I'm watching 5 hour long videos from David Wilcock, which I've actually watched all of those, I don't have any more of those to watch. Right now, the ones he's doing are like 3.5 hours about. So, but yeah, no, I've had to have YouTube Premium because of Corey Good and David Wilcock videos are typically hours long. So I don't know how any of their followers are able to be there without YouTube Premium because the interruption. I'm sure most of y'all are probably on YouTube Premium too, huh? Those commercials. Climax point in the streams are so him talk. Yeah, for real. For real, for real. If he's here, we'll find him. Droid voice. Yeah, Trildill 93. Yeah, for sure. Just like that. And yeah, that's amazing. Nice. All right. Not all energy of himps are her conscious. Yeah, true that. Yeah, I think a lot of them are. I think a lot of them, their consciousness has been literally hijacked by something else. It's crazy. Because no matter what is said to them, they just feed like it's crazy. It is crazy, yo. And I'm finally getting hungry again. It's like time for it's 3 in the morning. It's like almost time for me to get some more food up in me. It's been a great live stream, y'all, and Man, we've been going 4 hours, but I think it's been going longer than 4 hours, hasn't it? Yo, this live stream's been going longer than 4 hours. That would mean I started at like midnight. Oh no! Who in here? Who in here thinks this has been going on more than 4 hours? Yeah, because I was already at like 3 hours and something like a long time ago. Yo, I swear this live stream been going like 5 hours, hasn't it? That's crazy. Well, anyways, I was just enjoying reading all y'all comment, and I used to have premium, but it was so annoying paying with my focus and limited funds and all. I totally feel the limited funds, bro. I just I don't even know how I do it. And I smoke a little bit of reefer and my cigarettes. But you know, I'm able to do it because I don't have any rent. So I do have a land payment though, but still that's only like $357 a month for my land payment. And I'm over halfway there, yo. I'm so stoked. I cannot wait to have my land paid off. It's going to be amazing. That's funny. Ain't going to no island. That's funny, yo. Alright, give me 1 second here. I gotta find. Oh, it's right here. Nice. It's been an amazing night with y'all. Amazing night. And yeah, I'm finally getting tired because, you know, I've been. Let's see. I've actually been awake for 24 hours now. Because I woke up really early. Like, I literally woke up right around this time. So yeah, I've been awake for 24 hours, yo, and I've actually made 3 live streams today. One was with my buddy in Denmark, and it was not a good time for him. He was trying, but things were, you know, he was struggling to, you know, and he's been on, you know, the same solar event information, and has not been catching any traction with it at all. So, you know, my boy out in Denmark, he's a little down right now because, you know, just people are giving him so much bad talk about all this, you know. But I'm gonna get my boy up on here again. I gave him a little coaching tonight. You know, after a little live stream we did, and was just like, man, you just can't worry about what these demons come in here and try to say. You know, you got to just remain confident with what you know, and you know that. So I don't know why you're even letting these, you know, it's part of the spiritual war going on. Sometimes, you know, and I even go through it a little bit sometimes too, but for the most part, I really deflect it pretty well. But there are some triggering things that people can say that all of a sudden I'll snap a little bit, you know. Forgiveness comes with boundaries, you know what I'm saying? So we got to always keep them boundaries up. So and yeah, yo, I've had a good night. I've had a good night up on here. The courthouse kept calling, begging me to stop. Greetings to silent watchers in the background as well. Yeah, I understand the silence. It's been great chatting with y'all. Looking forward to further talks and getting to know y'all better. Yeah, boundaries are key for sure. That's a good word. Yeah. Yeah, yo, I've been through a lot of spiritual teachings. A lot. A lot. So many that, I really like to summarize some of it. And, I think in this next video, in my next live stream here, I'm going to go further into these different spiritual teachings. And that'll be good. That'll be good because that's pretty much my focus on this channel is trying to summarize well over a terabyte of information. Like well over a terabyte doesn't even cover it. So literally just one source alone has over a terabyte of information. And for the most part, I have 3 sources. That's really all. And like I said, one of those is I check out, but I mean, I don't know. He does brief the White House, so he's not completely stupid. That's for sure. Dr. Stephen Greer. I don't know if you all know about Dr. Stephen Greer, but, I enjoy David Wilcock more because David Wilcock gives all the spiritual teachings. David Wilcock is the one that gives the most all-around information, just about everything. And I have watched, like, literally every hour of content that he has put out. Literally. Like, that's how serious I've taken this information, like, and it's life-changing. It's absolutely life-changing information. So that's why I'm here for y'all that don't have thousands of hours to look into this stuff, because it would literally take thousands of hours to view all this stuff. So yeah, I cannot wait till I get a computer and I can start really making some really good stuff. So but until then, I'm gonna keep focusing and doing my thing on here. And been at it over a decade myself. Yeah, that's what's up, brother man. We've got much more to discuss. We've got a resonant audience with me. Yeah. Even off live, I'm checking out for this evening. Yeah, yo, I feel that. And I think that I should probably end it right around here too, just so that I can get some sleep. And it's already tomorrow for me. It's like 3:11 in the morning. So yeah, I'm gonna get some sleep. And gosh, I'm really trying to figure out how to make it out to the ocean tomorrow. So if I can make it out, or today, the 23rd, today, I'm gonna try to make it to the ocean today. And yeah, I think y'all will really enjoy that. So we're gonna make some content out there. I'm gonna try my best to get out there. I just gotta come up on a little bit more gas to get out there. I almost have enough. And I would have enough, but my phone card is due tomorrow on the 24th. And I have enough for that. And I'm gonna pay a phone bill. So that comes first. But yeah, if I come up on like $50 tomorrow, or today, I'm sorry, I keep saying tomorrow. I've been awake too long, yo. I've been awake too long. And much love, everyone. Much love, everyone. Hopefully y'all subscribed up in here. And yeah, this video will upload later. It's going to take a long time to process. But peace and love, everyone. And I'm very thankful for this connection. and I got to go to the bathroom again. So it's time I got to go. So much love, everyone. Peace, y'all. Have a good night or morning, whatever time it is